will open with Nick Kalergis, our city attorney, to give us some instructions for those who are attending, given our current COVID-19 crisis and Zoom meeting, where we're not meeting in person. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the board. I just have a couple of quick announcements. Today's virtual meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to use communications media technology like Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, please dial 1-888-475-4499, and the webinar ID is 863-5871-9693#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 863-5871-9693#. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or press *9 on their phones to raise their hand. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to participate to provide testimony and or submit evidence in support of or in opposition to an application on today's agenda may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 229, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On each quasi-judicial application on today's agenda, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also be keeping time in today's meeting. Applicants will be given 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will be given 2 minutes each. I'd also like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And Mr. Chair, before we begin, I'd just like to swear in any members of staff who will be providing testimony today. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Michael, you the only one? Or?
No, Tom and Rahilio.
I do.
Okay. I'll catch Tom before the...
Before he speaks, you'll catch up with him.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Is that, isn't it?
That's all for me. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Good morning to everybody again. Michael, just before we start, let's just take the roll of the board members present.
Sure. So Mr. Milland is present. Mr. David Weeder, he's absent. Mr. Jalpi.
Nick is
Mr.
Nick,
Jalpi is present.
Nick is here.
Batia. Mr. Batia.
Here.
Mr. Barano.
Present.
Isa DiPietro is absent. And Mr. Brandley is present.
Here.
And Mr. Chair, before we start the meeting, I'd like to make a couple of announcements.
Sure.
The first is that our discussion item on the agenda, which was the Tatum Waterway TDR discussion, that item has been withdrawn, so that will not be heard. And then our second discussion item on FAR, that will be on the August 25th Planning Board agenda.
Okay, perfect. And then don't forget our workshop for the area on Pine Tree that we said we would eventually get to. So just put that on the, at some point we need to have that.
Right.
Okay, with that, then let's go to approval of minutes from last meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mark.
I'll
Do I have a
second.
second?
I'll second.
Mike,
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
yes.
Minutes have been approved, 5-0.
Okay, Michael, do you want to go ahead and just go through the continuances and withdrawals item
Sure,
by
we
item?
have-
So we'll know.
Sure, we'll group the items that we can group together, but the first item is file number 19-0270, 1000 to 1030 Collins Avenue, the Fairwind Hotel. This is a revocation modification hearing, and the request is continue the revocation modification hearing to the September 22nd meeting.
So we need a motion on it?
Correct, yes.
Board?
I'll move. Yeah, I'll move to continue those matters.
So
I'm sorry, guys.
So
what
Michael,
was the
why don't you
address,
do it?
Michael?
Michael, why don't you do it this way? Why don't you read them all and then let's move them all together?
Yeah.
Well, we have different dates. We have different dates for them, so that's why I think.
Okay.
Is
Resolution
this the one on Collins Ave? What's the address, please?
Yes, this is 1000 Collins Avenue,
1000 Collins Avenue.
the Fairwind Hotel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Okay, the next item is planning board file number 20-0344, 1733 to 1759 Purdy Avenue and 1724 to 1752 Bay Road, 18 Sunset. This is a request from the applicant to continue the application to the October 27th planning board meeting.
I'll move to approve the continuance.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes. The next three items we can take together. This is planning board file number 20-0367, 4000 Alton Road, rezoning from GU to RM2. File number PB 20-0368, 4000 Alton Road, future land use map change from PF, public facility, to RM2 residential multifamily medium intensity. And file number PB 20-0369, 4000 Alton Road, additional regulations for properties that front the west side of Alton Road and the Julia Tuttle Causeway. And the request is to continue this to the August 25th planning board meeting.
I'll move to approve the continuance.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So next up, we have the item on 1910. Are we going to go with that one, Michael? 1910 Alton Road?
Correct, yes.
All right. So this is planning board file 20-0357, 1910 Alton Road. This is a mechanical parking requirement for the proposed building that they have there.
Thanks. So this is an application filed requesting conditional use approval for a new 5-story mixed-use building including the use of mechanical parking. On July 15th of this month, the Design Review Board issued design review approval for the construction of the new 5-story building, including associated variances. The proposal consists of a new 5-story mixed-use building, which will replace the existing 2-story building to be demolished. The subject site is zoned CD2, commercial medium intensity, and is located on the west side of Alton Road, bordered by low-scale commercial buildings and the FPL site in the back of the property to the west. All of the immediate neighbors are commercial buildings. The ground floor contains the parking garage that will provide for the proposed the proposed project with the use of mechanical lifts. Our staff report does mention some concerns with loading and maneuvering on the site. However, since our report was finalized, the applicant has modified the proposed ground floor and site plan to address the concerns of staff by eliminating a pair of mechanical lifts in order to allow for turnaround space. We believe that this addresses the concerns of staff. We are recommending that the conditional use permit be approved. I believe Mr. McDowell and Mr. Karp have a presentation to provide.
And before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to swear in any presenters who will be providing testimony. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony to this board.
I do.
Thank
Kobe?
you. And is your architect on?
Yeah, right here.
Good, great.
Can I get an I do from Kobe?
Need the host to start my video, please.
No, Kobe, he just needs an I do from you.
On the swearing in, Kobe.
Oh, I do, sir. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Kobe, you need to go to full screen. Good morning. My name is Carter McDowell of Bilton Sundberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. Thank you very much. We look forward to presenting this project to you. On the screen, you see partially, at least I do. Kobe, can you go to full screen?
Yeah, can you just, can the host please allow me the video? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Can we share that? Thank you.
Okay. Apparently, I'm told it is showing as full screen, just not on mine. Anyway.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we're good. So what you see in front of you is a location. You heard that the property, which is outlined in red on the top left, it's a very unique site, and it's a tiny site. It's 50 feet of frontage and 150 feet deep. There are commercial uses to the north. If you look at site image 1, which is in the right corner, you see again, the property outlined in red, a multi-story commercial building to our immediate, right in this photograph. You see the Palau 5-story building to the up on the side towards Sunset Islands. Importantly, and part of our project, you see in front of the project painted traffic islands. We'll come back to that, but we are asking to change that. The most dominant issue surrounding our property is, in fact, to the rear. There is a huge open FP&L substation to our rear, which has a real impact on this property. And I might add, creates quite a bit of buzzing noise and other things. So as a result of that, we have moved and needed to move the mass of the building up to the street front so it addresses the street and candidly gets as far away from the substation as possible. As I noted, it's a 50-foot site, which creates quite a few obstacles in terms of design and access. Obviously, a two-way driveway is 22 feet wide, which doesn't leave you a lot of site to work with on the ground level. This is a true mixed-use building. It is parking and a lobby on the ground floor with a display window facing the street so that we have an active street front. The second floor tenant for the whole floor is an art gallery. The third and fourth floors are office use, and the top floor is a residential unit with a rooftop area associated with the residential unit. A true mixed use in keeping with the intent of the Sunset Harbor area being a live, work, play location. This building will accomplish all of that in in one building. I will come back to Kobe's just skipped over 2 slides. Let me turn it over to Kobe to talk to you a little bit about the architecture. And then I'll come back to these 2 slides to talk to you about the parking lift. As staff correctly noted, DRB has approved the building and the variances. We're here solely on the mechanical parking before this board, which gives us a couple extra parking spaces. Go ahead, Kobe.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you. Good morning. Happy to see everybody here. So this is the site, and it's the Talmudic University with the FP&L substation immediately behind it, with the a car dealer, the car repair immediately to the south with the gas station. So this is our site right here. This is the layout of the parking that we would have. And this is the layout with the parking stacked, which obviously makes it a bit cleaner and more efficient, which is what staff has liked. This is the area that Carter was mentioning in the front. The Fountain Park is right here on the corner, and this is Alton Road. So Public Works and everybody has liked this green landscaping that we are proposing in the front. This is what the building can look like from the front. We have a rooftop over a residential unit, over 2 floors of offices, over 1 floor of art exhibit gallery, which also has a panel here on the front on the street. And so this is the image looking from the car repair location. This is all coral stone, so the design review board was very adamant about the details of the coral stone and the wood. So the building is essentially glass, coral stone, and wood. And as Carter has mentioned, we have an FP&L substation that's open side and top. So we have set the building as far as and close as we can to the landscape garden, which then connects to the fountain garden in the front. And I will just walk you through the massing so you can see how it sits on the site. But basically, this is the landscape buffer that we're looking to create on Alton Road and Sunset Drive. And then if you just graphically to show you the relationship, how the buildings adjacent to us all step up, and the landscaping on the elevation is quite dramatic. And the project, as Carter mentioned, was approved at the last hearing of Design Review Board. If you have any questions or you'd like to see anything specific, please let me know. I'm here for you. Thank you so much for your time.
Kobe, could you go back to those first 2 layout slides for me?
Yes, sir.
So as you know, when one seeks approval of mechanical parking, you have to show that you can meet the parking requirements without the mechanical lifts. This is the drawing that's included in our proposal, which does show tandem parking with valet operation to meet the parking requirements without the lifts. But as you can see, it's a tight site, and it really is, it would require a lot of maneuvering to do that. So next slide, please. What we're before you on is to seek conditional use approval to install the parking lifts as you see it in this drawing. It's a much cleaner operation, and will provide us with a couple extra parking spaces above the minimum zoning requirements. And staff asked us to eliminate the 1 parking lift you see there to create a turnaround for vehicles that do need to turn around. This is a very small building. It's 16,000 square feet. There are a lot of single family homes on the Sunset Islands and North Bay Road that are actually bigger than this building. We have offered to do the landscape in the street in front with a raised curb and landscape area. Obviously, that's subject to permitting by the Florida Department of Transportation because Alton Road is a state road and the City Public Works Department. But we believe it would be a significant enhancement to the neighborhood and to this building. And with that, we're here to answer any questions. We ask for your approval of the installation of parking lifts because it really does significantly improve the overall operation. One point, just in case you're curious, if we ever had to raise the road in the future, we do have the 12-foot height that would allow the parking lifts. We would probably lose the use of the lifts if that happened, but we still can meet the parking requirements without it. We don't actually anticipate that happening in this area, in that the roads in Sunset Harbor have already been raised, as everybody is aware. And this area was higher than the other area that was raised. So we don't anticipate that happening, but I thought I would at least let you know. With that, we're here to answer your questions and ask for your approval. One actually clarification, and it's truly a clarification. Condition 7A in the draft order still responds to the removal of those those two, that one parking lift to create the turnaround. We've already done that, so that just needs to be conformed to the revised plans. And with that, we're here. Kobe, you might just go back to that site, the colored site plan that shows the lifts.
Carter, if I can ask a quick question.
Of
Wait,
course.
one second, Nick, just in case. Nick, Kalergis, City Attorney, do we need to have disclosures on this before we speak?
Yeah, and we should let's ask for disclosures, and then I think we should open to the public.
I don't have a disclosure. Anybody else?
None for me.
I don't have anything on this one either. So
No disclosure.
I might note for the record, we have 4 letters of support in the file from prominent people in Sunset Islands and in the Sunset Harbor area.
Okay. Thank you, Carter. Go ahead, Nick. Ask your question first, and then we'll go to the public to speak.
Yeah, quick clarification. The landscaping for the painted island as it is now, is that for us to approve? And why are you seeking that? Does that benefit the project in some way besides the beautification of the area?
It honestly is our owner, developer, really doesn't like the look of the front of the building. And so he has offered to fund raised curved landscape islands where it's currently painted. It's purely an offer. As I say, it's DOT, they have to approve it. Our traffic engineer believes this design will get approved, but we have to go through the permitting. It's an offer to the city and to the neighborhood to improve the area, quite simply, and not an inexpensive one.
I would imagine, and I'm sure it would help with, site percolation and things like that. And
it's good for everybody.
Yeah, and one last question. The primary concern why we have to hear mechanical lifts is because of the noise. Is that correct, staff? Like the impact of noise of operating them?
No, it's not. Well, there is a requirement, and we have a condition in here. They didn't show it in the rendering. They do have to fully enclose that ground floor level, which the rendering shows is open. So they will have to install louvers and other items to enclose that. And that's one concern that the design review board had as a condition as well for their order. But primarily, it's a matter of operation, where if you have mechanical lifts, whether they're going to be operated by, say, apartment owners for a residential building, or valet operation to make sure that they have enough space on site and enough valet attendants so that we don't have spilling over of cars or backup of cars onto the public right of way. So for this minimal size project and the uses proposed, and especially with now having the turnaround space, we feel this complies with the requirements.
Thank you.
All right. So let's go to the public. Let me see if I have anybody waiting to speak. We have Mr. Backman.
And Mr. Backman, before you speak, I'd just like to swear you in. Can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, the project looks fine. I sent an email to Mike Belush. I'm sure you're all aware that FPL is dragging a cable across Alton Road from the east. They have a right of way on the adjacent lot. So I sent him the contact from FPL just so Kobe Carp can make sure they can coordinate work so you don't interfere with one another. That's it. So Mike has that email. I just sent it this morning. Okay, thanks. And good luck. Thanks to the landscaping also. It's beautiful.
Informationally, we met with FPL yesterday about that easement and that cable, and we are coordinating with them.
All right. I don't have anybody else from the public. Let's just leave it open for now. Just give a few minutes. But board members, do you have any questions for Carter and his team?
Carter, where the new landscaping is, that's just right now. There's no parking there, right? That's just traffic direction area.
They are painted out traffic islands as they exist today.
Yeah. I really hope you get it because it's really will look a lot nicer with that landscaping there.
Yeah, I think in addition, Mark, it also prevents people who are coming off of coming around Alton from trying to make a right turn there.
Absolutely.
And causing a traffic from those coming from the Sunset Harbor.
Which happens now.
Right.
Because it's just, there's nothing to stop. There's no curve there.
Yeah, so just a quick question for staff and maybe one follow-up question. We're being asked specifically to approve the mechanical parking. Is that correct? That's really the scope of our approval today?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. Absent the mechanical parking, this project would not be before you today. Also within this neighborhood, the applicant did have the opportunity or could avail themselves of paying an annual fee in lieu of providing the parking on site. So they are providing the required parking. They are taking advantage of the alternative parking requirements to reduce their overall parking requirements for the site. But the reason this is brought before you today is for the mechanical parking and the associated operational issues.
Right, and DRB has already approved the project. Is that what I heard?
That's correct. They approved it a week or so ago.
Okay, great. So then maybe just a quick comment or two, Carter and or Kobe, about the mechanical parking. I'm trying to visualize. Must be a
Kobe, can you put that site plan back up?
Must be a pretty simple operation to be on the first floor and only one story of mechanical parking. So could you just explain? I mean,
well, as I said, the
car drives in and it lifts the car up, lifts up a few spaces, and that's really the extent of it, or
it's literally a single lift in an otherwise normal parking space.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So you've got two cars, one on top of the other, one on the lift, one underneath. It's a very simple operation that has, and these lifts are now very well used and verified. They're very simple, honestly. It's not a elevator system. It's just a simple lift. They use them in single family homes today. Right. It's really very simple.
So Carter, be operated by a valet attendant or operated by?
We do anticipate having an attendant. There are circumstances that the city has approved where they're done only by the owners, but we anticipate having an attendant just to keep the area operating smoothly. It's a tiny building, though. It's literally with the residential unit, which is 4,000. The ground floor in the residential unit is 4,000 square feet plus of the 16,000 total. It's a very small building.
Okay, thank you.
I would say just to the board and to staff, for a small project, I'm really in support of these things where the parking requirement becomes so constraining. I'm from New York City where these things are everywhere. I understand it can be loud and noisy, but this seems like a really responsible proposal. And I would generally support this.
And in all honesty, we won't make anywhere near as much noise as the substation next to us.
That buzzing is annoying.
So
all right.
I have a question for staff. The retail space in the front, is that to meet a code requirement? And is this going to act just as like a display of some sort?
I mean, yes, this is a very small site. It is a code requirement to have some sort of active uses along the front, with the exception of the entrance to the site. And the entrance itself takes up about half of the property. So this is a minimal chance to provide some activation at the ground level.
Was there any conditions placed at the DRB as to how they need to maintain or activate that small space, kind of like what we do with the windows at Walgreens? what's it expected? We don't want it just to stay empty, do we?
No, I mean, the DRB did not include any conditions, I think. I'd have to take a look and see. But it's something typically that would be reviewed by staff. And I'm sure the applicant themselves do not want to have an empty front. And maybe Carter can respond to that.
Well, it is in fact allocated to the second floor lease, which is an art gallery, so that they would have a display space on the street there where they can change out artwork over time. So it'll be an interesting and active space, even though it's not occupied. We anticipate it being a very active, in the sense of changing art display. It should respond to the street very well, we believe. And it is a very difficult site from a size standpoint.
I think it's a beautiful project. The mixed use is great, very, very urban. I think it's a great use. And I just put that question to staff. I agree that's a perfect way to meet the code requirement. And I'm sure this owner, given what they're investing into the property, isn't going to leave that vacant, but it's just, something to consider if we want to make that a condition in the future of, some kind of activation. It doesn't require staff approval every time they want to do something with that space, but just to make sure it stays as a nice display and not just vacant.
Given the owner's desire to spend what he is spending in the street in front of the property, I assure you it's not going to stay vacant.
Agreed. It's a beautiful project.
I'm prepared to move this forward with a favorable recommendation.
Yep, and I'd be happy to second it.
All right, before we take a vote on it, we're going to, just an amendment to the motion. On 7A, let's just eliminate the second sentence and just have a turnaround area should be provided on site for delivery of vehicles, and then close it there. Is that fine?
I'll amend my my moving and to reflect Kareem's changes to 7A.
I'll second.
Noted. Okay, this is the motion to approve the project with the changes noted. Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Batia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks, Carter.
Good
Thanks,
luck.
Toby. Take care. Be well. Great project.
All right, Rogelio, I think we're up next, and let's do. Can we do this? We can do this one. This is a CUP. So this will be Planning Board File 20-0379. This is the conditional use for 600 block of Washington Avenue, RM2.
Okay, so this is actually an ordinance that would allow for conditional uses. This is not the conditional use permit itself. This is a modification to an ordinance that the Planning Board considered last November. So I can go ahead and present that. So this is file number PB20-0379. It is a re-referral of an item that the Planning Board originally considered in November. At the time, the Planning Board transmitted an ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation that would allow for accessory uses in the RM2 district fronting Washington Avenue between 6th Street and 7th Street as a conditional use. So that would allow for restaurants, eating and drinking establishments, entertainment establishments, and neighborhood impact establishments as a conditional use. And it required that any sound associated with outdoor entertainment be at ambient levels. While the ordinance authorized some outdoor entertainment, it didn't allow for outdoor bar counters. So the proposed modification to the ordinance is to allow for outdoor bar counters as a conditional use, and giving the Planning Board the ability to set the hours of operation. The adjacent areas fronting Washington Avenue are all designated CD2, CPS2, and these uses are already allowed there. And so this is the one block south of 17th Street and north of 4th Street fronting Washington Avenue that is a residential district. It is adjacent to the Flamingo Park residential area, but the ordinance prohibits that the exterior sound exceed ambient levels. So the impact should be minimal. And the conditional use process provides for accountability and conditions which can be placed. The hotel that's located there is the Anglers Hotel, which has been under a restoration process. So with that, the staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposed ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. So
we have,
I believe the owner of the Anglers Hotel has someone here that would like to present as well.
Good morning.
Mickey, is that? Go ahead, Mickey.
That's me. Good morning, Mr. Chair, planning board members, Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burkow, Rodell Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanis at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, attorney for the Anglers. Yes, as Rogelio said, this item was before you guys at the end of last year. Unfortunately, it was a little bit of a mix-up, and I take some blame for it because we had discussed this very version of the ordinance with staff, and unfortunately, an older version made it onto the staff report for November, and I didn't catch that until just after you guys heard it. But it's already been to the City Commission Land Use with this addition and first reading. All that's pending is your review of this outdoor bar counter language, and second reading at the commission would be on Wednesday. The reason we need that is because the Anglers obviously was a very small hotel. It has grown by 2 expansions over the last 10 years. Both are fully complete, but now that the hotel is larger, it triggers an NIE because it has not just a little cafe and a lobby bar, but it's going to have a restaurant. It's going to have some, service on the pool deck, and it just now by being bigger triggers an occupant load for an NIE. So we will come back before you for the NIE. The only addition today is that we can actually have outdoor bar counters. Again, all music will be ambient only. We just want the ability to serve alcohol at our pool deck and at the outdoor cafe on the ground floor. And without this addition, we wouldn't be able to ask for that. So we'll be back before you in a couple months with an actual planning board application for CUP. But for now, this just allows us to do that. And it would be the only hotel, without this, we're the only hotel on the entire Washington Avenue corridor that doesn't have this ability. And previously, just to remind you all from last time, we had met with Arcadia House, our neighbor to the north, and they were in support. We had entered into a settlement agreement with the South Beach Villas to do some work in the common areas there, and they were supportive of our request as well. And many months ago, actually a couple of years ago, when we first started, we went to Flamingo Park with our whole vision of the project, and they were supportive as well. So we just ask that you approve this, a small addition to the ordinance. Thank you.
Mickey, would you describe one more time how it might work, where it might work? Is it older buildings in the new building, ground floor? What do you have in mind?
Sure. So now that the hotel is most of that 600 block, there's going to be a seafood restaurant component that triggers an occupant load. There's a lobby bar, there's a cafe in the ground floor, and also the pool deck will have service as well. When you add all the occupant load together for those uses, it triggers, it's over $199, over $299 actually, and it triggers an NIE. Without this ordinance, we wouldn't be able to ask for it. So when we come back to you with our specific programming, that's when you'll be able to put conditions on speakers and hours and that type of stuff. Right now, we're just asking you all to allow us to go through that process.
So you're asking today for the opportunity to come back and go through the CUP process.
That's correct. And again, the only hotel, because of the way Pennsylvania and Washington kind of are angled in this part of South Beach, it's the only hotel, the only commercial block on the entire Washington Avenue corridor that doesn't already have this. It just puts us in line with everybody else.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a quick question. If I can
Go
ask.
ahead, Nick.
Is it that you could previously have this outdoor bar, but because of the size and the fact that it's now a neighborhood impact establishment, you need approval to have this outdoor bar?
No, the outdoor bar counter also, because it's RM2 for the same reason as an NIE, you normally wouldn't be able to have it in RM2. But it's part of our neighborhood impact establishment, obviously without having, we have the pool and we have the outdoor area on the ground floor. We expect to have a bar counter there. So it goes in line. It's the same restriction because it's RM2 and it's the only RM2 commercial property on Washington Avenue. For the same reason, we would need to ask for that. But But the outdoor bar counter, again, there's a limitation since we're adjacent to residential that closed at 8 p.m. So it's not
This renovation, I mean, the hotel is built now.
correct.
Is there should we take into consideration where this outdoor bar is going to go, given that, you've got different zonings to the east and west, one's higher intensity, one's lower intensity? I mean, ordinarily, if this weren't built, we'd look at a set of plans, but given that it's built now, should we take that into consideration?
Well, the reason there was some delay on this ordinance for a bunch of other reasons that related to this, but we would have liked to have come before you. But at the end of the day, we don't have a plan completed yet. We wanted to get the ordinance done. Our architects are sort of on hold. If this is all approved today and then Wednesday at second reading, we will come before you with an absolute plan on locations, on speakers, on everything. So that you'll have to approve that. We can't do anything without your approval. Like I said, the building's constructed, but these components are not fully constructed yet.
And let me ask staff, is there a reason why you wouldn't recommend something like this? I mean, in this case you do, but what kind of applications would you not recommend?
Well, once they came in with the CUP application and we had a set of plans, we would know where the outdoor bar counter is going to be located, and at that point we may recommend approval or denial depending on the location of that bar. But we're not at that level yet. This is just the ordinance that would allow them to make that application. So that, it's not like they can open tomorrow. They have to come before the planning board before they can actually open the bar counter. And the ordinance gives the planning board complete discretion in terms of setting the hours of operation. So at this point, we don't see an issue with it. But once they come in for the CUP application, at that point we may raise some concerns.
And if I can add briefly, there are limitations already in the code about the hours of the outdoor bar counter when you're adjacent to residential. So we would have to follow those limitations. That's 8 p.m. So again, we will work with staff, and we've already, we're cognizant of our neighbors and want to continue having a good relationship. So we'll come in with a plan that we believe is responsible, and obviously work with staff to get something to you all that everybody can agree on.
Are there other properties that would be affected by this ordinance? I see it's subsection D just for Washington Avenue in the RM2 district. Is this the only property?
Currently, it's a 600 block of Washington, and I think there would be another property, the Arcadia House, but that's currently a condominium, so it would be very unlikely for them to modify that. And if they did, there are limitations on what that could be. It couldn't be a standalone entertainment use. So it's just because of the unique geometry of this part of Washington Avenue. So if you look at the aerial, it kind of curves, and that's why we're in a unique situation. So it really, for practical purposes, only impacts this hotel.
So Kareem may be away for just a moment. Maybe go to public comment at this point. I see one hand raised. So Kareem, are you there?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
No, I thought you might be away for a moment. I thought we might move to public comment at this point. So.
Let me see who we have waiting. Hang on one second.
There was a hand raised, but it went away.
Yeah,
so.
I'm using an iPad, so it's not as easy as the computer for me, but hang on one second.
I believe it. Yeah.
I don't see anyone right now.
I don't see anyone. So,
all right.
So I think we've given some time for the public to raise their hand. So let's go ahead and close it to the public and then move forward.
Just a disclosure on my part, I did have a conversation with Mickey Marrero on this file last week.
So I'm happy to move it at this point, move forward, and recommend to the commission that they approve it.
Second. Jelke.
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpe,
Yes.
Mr. Batia,
Yes.
Mr. Batia.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Barano
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with a favorable recommendation.
By the way, I just noticed Asa joined the meeting, so she could be called to vote too.
Welcome, Asa. Good to have you.
Asa, what was your vote on the last item?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so motion passes. Thank you, Mark. 6-0.
Thank you all. We'll look forward to seeing you later on the day.
Thanks, Mickey.
All right. So it looks as if we can move forward to the next item. Rogelio, I think you're up next again. This is Planning Board Item 19-0336, the Sunset Harbor Mixed Use Neighborhood Overlay District. And this is an ordinance as well.
Sunset. Oh, I have the. Okay.
Is this?
This should be.
No, am I out?
This should be Planning Board File Number 20-0380, the replacement of floor plates and non-contributing buildings.
Right. Yeah, I have replacement floor plates as next on the agenda.
Yeah.
So that would be file number PB 20-0380.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong side of my paper. Yep, so this is PB 20-0380, replacement of floor plates and non-conforming contributing buildings.
Okay, so file number PB 20-0380, this is an ordinance that amends section 118.395, which is related to the repair and rehabilitation of existing non-conforming buildings and uses. The ordinance simply allows that for contributing buildings and designated historic buildings and that the Historic Preservation Board has the ability to approve the construction of any internal floor plates that may have been removed prior to June 4th, 1997. After that date, the charter was amended to require that any increases in FAR required that there be a referendum from the public, that they be approved by the public in a general referendum. And subsequent to that, there was a general citywide downzoning. So some historic buildings that may have removed a floor plate for whatever reason, they wanted a larger volume, would then not be able to reintroduce those floor plates subsequent to the original downzoning. So there are some historic properties that wish to reintroduce some floor plates that existed prior to the June 4th, 1997 date. The HPB would have complete discretion in approving the internal floor plate, and that would be subject to the certificate of appropriateness criteria. This would be considered an FAR increase and thus would be subject to voter referendum in November if approved by the Planning Board and the City Commission. Staff is supportive of the proposal because it incentivizes the rehabilitation of contributing historic buildings that may have removed their floor plates. We don't believe that there are many that this would apply to, but those that it would apply to would get some significant benefits. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the proposed ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
Rogelio, could you also comment on Mr. Delvecchio's suggestion? I think we all got a copy of his recommended adjustment. Did you read it, and would you comment on behalf of staff, please?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Tom Mooney. I can comment on that. We have read through Frank's suggestion. It's not something that we would recommend. We believe that the ordinance as currently drafted already provides for the necessary safeguards because certificate of appropriateness review is required. So we believe that as drafted, it should be transmitted as drafted without Mr. Delvecchio's proposed modification.
And then a follow-up, either Tom or Rogelio, you said it's not going to affect many properties. I do strongly believe we need to incentivize investments in historic properties. I consistently, try to support that. How many is many? A dozen? There's 2,611 historic buildings in Miami Beach. How many might we be talking about?
The research that we did indicates that it's between 10 and 12 buildings. And it's also important to point out that a number of those buildings are not legal non-conforming in terms of FAR. So the number of buildings that are actually legal non-conforming in terms of FAR are probably even smaller. And the reason, as Rahelia mentioned, that we recommended a date of June 4th, 1997 is because those floor plates that were removed prior to that date did so with an expectation that if they became legal nonconforming in terms of FAR, it was a legislative act to allow for that FAR or that floor plate to be reintroduced. Post that date, if somebody was to remove their floor plate, they did so knowing that it would require voter approval. So that's why we chose that, recommended that date as a point of distinction. But the number of buildings prior to 1997, we estimate between 10 and 12.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rahelia.
I have a question for staff. I don't know if you want to open to the public first or if you want us to go ahead and ask.
Well, go ahead, Daniel, and then we can go to the public after.
Tom,
we have Frank just so you know, Dan, we'll go to Frank Del Vecchio after you. So just go ahead first. I think it's better that you ask a question.
So Tom, was there consideration, we're using the word contributing, was there consideration for the North Beach National Registry District contributing buildings to be applied? I know it'd be limited. And then my second question is, would this only apply to buildings that were designated as contributing prior to 1997, or would it be applicable to any contributing building moving forward should the FAR had been removed prior to 1997?
With regard to North Beach, this would apply to an historic district in North Beach. So it would not apply to a National Register district solely, but if the building is located within either Tatum Waterway or North Shore or Normandy Isles local historic district, and a floor plate was removed prior to 1997, June 4th, 1997, they would be eligible for this. As far as contributing, it doesn't say that you had to have been contributing prior to that date, only that the building floor plate was removed prior to that date. So if the building had that floor plate removed prior to that date, it would be eligible even if the contributing status was set forth after that date.
Okay. I would just ask staff to consider if you felt, or planning board members, if you felt the National Registry should be something we want to consider. If someone's trying to restore an original building, I know it's a little more complicated because it doesn't go in front of the HPB. It wouldn't be a simple amendment to the ordinance, but keep in mind, those National Registry are classified as contributing. They're just not locally protected, and it's worth supporting those who are trying to restore those buildings one way or another.
All right. So, all right, let's go to, I think let's go to the public to speak. Nick, I guess you have to swear in Mr. Del Vecchio.
Mr. Chair, since this item is legislative, I don't need to swear in members of the public.
Okay, no problem. That's right. Go ahead, Mr. Del Vecchio.
I swear to tell the truth, whether legislative or not. I've come up with a simplified clause that I think would make clear to the Historic Preservation Board that the intention of this ordinance is to be associated with the restoration of a contributing historic building, not simply to be selective and add one floor or two floors, obtain the additional FAR and maintain the previous use. So I think your lawyers can comment on it, but I've greatly simplified an additional clause, and the suggested language would be, for the purpose of restoring the original building configuration, period. That is to guide the Historic Preservation Board as to what the purpose of this restoration of internal floors is. It would be in connection with the restoration of the building, not simply a selective addition of a floor area ratio for other purposes, only doing one floor for that purpose. That's my suggestion. I appreciate your consideration and the staff work on this. Thank you.
Tom, could you comment on that? How is that not consistent with what you're trying to accomplish here?
Basically, the way that we've drafted it, it says the same thing, we believe, in a more straightforward, simplified manner. It requires that the Historic Preservation Board, pursuant to a request for a restoration of a contributing building, review the reintroduction of floor plates that were original to the building. So it basically says all that. It gives the HPB the authority to approve the reconstruction of original floors, original internal floors, in accordance with historic documentation and/or building permit records. And pursuant to the certificate of appropriateness criteria, the HPB would have full authority over that. So we believe that as drafted, it's very clear, it works, and we would recommend that it be transmitted with the language as drafted.
Well, Mr. Delvecchio seems to be maybe saying that there's some wiggle room in your text. Maybe Nick, do you have an opinion about?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to what Tom said is that Mr. Delvecchio's proposed amendment would require all of the original floors to be reconstructed. So I think it would maybe limit the flexibility of individual applications seeking to reconstruct historic floor plates, because the only way they could do so is if all of the original floors were proposed to be reconstructed. Tom, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing I would mention is that as drafted, it again gives the Historic Preservation Board full review authority, and it would only be for original floor plates. So it's not like they could go and start approving the addition of non-original floor plates. And I think the language is crystal clear as written, and it's very easy to understand, which, given the fact that it's going to require voter approval on a ballot, the easier the language is to understand, the better it is.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, this is Henry Stoller. Is this my time?
Yes, Mr. Stoller.
Yes, Henry, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, before you begin the 2-minute clock, I'm authorized to report to you that Miami Beach United, in its board meeting yesterday, said it approves the attendant ballot referendum item as well as the ordinance restoring our iconic historic buildings to their original design, and allows for character of place adaptive reuse. So there's the support of Miami Beach United. My name is Henry Stoller. I live at 1500 Ocean Drive. We are the 114-unit condominium property which immediately adjoins the Bancroft Hotel. The president of our association, Ron Mayhew, will be speaking on behalf of the association for our 114 units, and I hope he's on. The Bancroft Hotel is located at the northeast corner of Collins Avenue and 15th Street. The intersection of Collins and 15th is the north entrance to Ocean Drive. It's a T-shaped intersection. 15th Street dead ends at Collins. So is Ocean Drive and 15th Street. It's a T-shaped intersection. Ocean Drive dead ends at 15th Street. The southeast corner of Collins Avenue has been a vacant lot for at least 17 years. It has no prospect of changing anytime soon. It was the Charles Hotel, lost years ago to demolition by neglect and actual demolition. The CVS company has bought that land, but it has abandoned its project and the property is for sale. Two local families, the Weissfishes and the Galbets, each owns 35% of the Bancroft. The remaining 30% is owned by passive investors in Montevideo, Uruguay. Their proposal, Weissfish Galbet, is to restore the Bancroft Hotel to hotel use. This Albert Annis historic building was constructed with 88 hotel rooms. The Weissfish Galbet proposal is to reopen the Bancroft Hotel with 57 hotel rooms, a 35% reduction. The two restaurants that were at the Bancroft, Quality Meats and Tequila Chicas, are gone and not coming back. That leaves the Bancroft vacant except for a leased underground parking garage. If this legislation to begin a process to authorize restoration of the Bancroft to hotel usage is not enacted, there are at least three possible negative outcomes. First,
Two
the
minutes
building
are
is
up,
like
Mr. Chair. Would you like to, Henry, would you like to request additional time?
Yes,
Let's go
Mayor,
ahead and let him finish it. We'll give you another 2 minutes, Mr. Stoller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The building, three possible negative outcomes. The building is likely to remain vacant and perhaps facing the same fate as the Charles Hotel across the street, namely demolition by neglect. Second, the building has vast terraces on both the Collins side and the 15th Street side, as well as a large plaza directly facing the north terminus of Ocean Drive. If the Bancroft continues in its present state of being vacant, the terraces and plaza become a welcoming home for the homeless. Third, usage by a club could be resumed, subject to a requirement to obtain a conditional use permit. The club Billboard Live and its successor, Chakra, had an authorized occupancy of 1,200 people. Spectacular problems for the neighborhood resulted by way of noise, traffic, disorderly behavior, alcohol violations, and litter. So those are three very unappealing occurrences which may transpire if this cannot move along. I'd like to speak for a moment, and I don't know where my time is, about the ordinance itself and to describe its 7 requirements. The ordinance is very, very tight. It authorizes the HPB to take up specific proposals for the reintroduction of floor plates. In order to do so, there are 7 requirements which have to be satisfied. First, the building must be in a designated local historic district. Second, within that designated local historic district, the building must be a contributing building. Third, the floors in the building must have been removed before June 4, 1997, 23 plus years ago. Fourth, historical documentation and or building permit records must be presented to demonstrate that the floors were removed before that date. Fifth, the applicant must satisfy the code's certificate of
2
appropriateness
minutes are up,
requirement.
Mr. Chair.
I've got 2 more and then I'm done, Mr. Chair. 6, the reintroduction of the floors must be part of an overall restoration of the building. 7, even if all the other requirements are satisfied, approval by the HPB is still subject to the HPB's discretion. So these are very hard times, especially now. We should embrace a willingness by developers and investors to build new hotels which reflect reasonable proposals in compliance with our requirements. I will just mention in conclusion that moving through the pipeline, the Sanctuary Hotel, east side of James Avenue, between 17th and 18th Streets, a much less attractive location, proposal 5 stories, 90 hotel rooms, 58% more rooms than the Wisefish Galbert proposal for the Bancroft. So there are opportunities here to recreate and create new hotel space, and this is an opportunity, as MBU says, to move ahead on it. Thank you, Mr. very much, and thank you particularly, Mr. Chair, for the extra time.
No problem, Mr. Stoller. Do we have, I think it was Mr. Meyer, Mayhew, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayhew, you want to go ahead and speak?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really plan on repeating anything that Mr. Stoller said. I simply wanted to say that I'm the president of the 1500 Ocean Drive Condominium Association, and we've had a discussion about this proposal at a recent board meeting, and we fully endorse this proposed legislation and wanted to simply express that to you and your committee.
Mr. Chairman, Graham Penn here. I got my hand up too, if you give me a second.
I'm sorry, Graham, you said you have your hand up?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Because I became a panelist, I don't know if I'm visible, but I do have a couple of slides I'd like to show you related to the Bancroft. Now, I know this isn't about the Bancroft alone, but I think it's important for everyone to see kind of what the impact of this proposal could be.
Can we facilitate that, guys?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Hold on. So, okay. So I'm not going to repeat. You can see this, right? I'm not going to repeat a lot what Henry spoke about because he spoke a lot in detail, but this is the overall Bancroft site, the Ocean Steps property that got approved in the mid-90s. So that includes the condo on the east, new commercial on in the middle, and then the historic Bancroft Hotel. So what happened in that project was that there were 2 floors demolished in this portion of the historic structure to make way for the nightclub. And this is basically what we have today. You can see that the giant amount of space that's now completely useless because we cannot bring it back. Behind there, you see the historic window pattern, but then you have this gigantic area that got created. So here's another view of it. So these mezzanines were, of course, for the club purposes. So all this amendment, subject to COA approval, would allow us to do was basically we lost 2 portions of 2 floors, and then what would the renovation project we could bring them back. So with that, I mean, again, we'd ask for your recommendation of approval of this so we can hopefully get it on the ballot. And I'm here for any questions you might have of me.
All right. Let me see if we have any more. Okay, with that, let's close the opportunity for the public to speak, and then let's shift to any board discussion on the item. Let's see. Are we ready? Any conversations on this from the board?
I don't have anything direct. I mean, my comment remains the same, whether staff feels we should allow for the limited National Registry buildings in it. I know it's a big amendment, so I'm okay if we don't, but there are contributing buildings that we should support.
I would second that. I mean, I agree with that comment. And I wonder, I agree. I know it needs to be precise and particular and easy to understand. But I think any ability to, adapt a historic building is better.
Do we know if any buildings you're referring to, or the area, the designation you're referring to, Daniel, are there buildings that fit this description? Are you aware of, or maybe staff can answer? I don't know.
I do not have any direct knowledge of any buildings that would benefit from this, but it'd be historic in nature. And I don't know if anyone would have an interest in reconstructing an original building. It'd be very limited, but it's just the idea of making sure we understand that National Registry District, although not locally protected, does recognize those as historic contributing buildings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not aware of any buildings that would qualify in the National Register because I'm not aware of any buildings that have removed floor plates in the North Beach National Register districts prior to June 4th of 1997. So you could certainly recommend this. I don't know whether or not the commission would be able to include this in this particular ordinance because it might affect the title. We'd have to look at that. But it's certainly something that you could also discuss as part of your more global discussion on FAR, which we intend to bring to you in August.
And this would complicate the ballot text also, right, Tom? I mean, Daniel, do you?
Yeah, potentially it could be, because right now the ballot language is very tight. It's contributing buildings within a local historic district, which is more limited. Once you add areas outside of local historic districts, even if it's just National Register, you expand that. And so I think that from a ballot question standpoint, the language that we have that's more limited probably works better, at least for this particular ballot question.
Yeah, I think it would affect the title because right now the title is specific to the Historic Preservation Board to approve the reconstruction. It doesn't mention the Design Review Board, which has purview over the contributing buildings in the registered district that are not part of the local historic district. So the title would need to be revised if that were to be included, and I think that would require re-advertising and coming back. And at that point, I don't think we would make the deadline for the November ballot.
Well, I appreciate the conversation. I'll withdraw the recommendation if it's okay with Nick. Just early on, keep in mind the National Registry districts. We didn't make them local, but we did make conservation districts out of the remaining of them, and we certainly consider them as part of our historic heritage, and we want to encourage people to do the same. And again, Tom, I don't think there'd be any that would apply here in the National Registry.
And I certainly support the spirit of what Daniel is speaking about, and you know, at this point, I'm happy to move it forward with a favorable recommendation.
Can I ask you, just say, you know, and I would, by the way, second that, Mike, but can we also make a suggestion to the commission that they consider that, not right now, because obviously it's not going to make it for this particular piece of legislation, but in the future to consider that concept? I think it is.
Yeah, we can, Mark, but one second, let's take the motion on the floor. So it's been moved by Mike and seconded by Mark, and then we'll come back to Mark's comment. Michael, you want to call the roll on it?
Sure. Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro? Asa?
Yes.
And Mr. Brantley?
Yes. And then Mike.
Motion passes 6-0.
6-0. Let's go back to Mark. Mark, you want to just formalize it so that we can pass it in addition to the favorable recommendation, the context of what we're talking about?
I think Daniel could maybe articulate it better, but I think that we should at least make a recommendation to the commission to consider that this legislation is expanded to historic districts. Would you be specific, I guess, to the North Beach Historic, Daniel?
Yeah, I think what makes the National Registry District unique is that we did identify the buildings that are contributing. So, you know, we do know that they meet the requirement. We just didn't make them a local historic district. Right. And if someone wanted to preserve them, I think the commission can consider it. Again, I know a lot of buildings in the National Registry. I'm not familiar with any that have removed a particular floor plate, but nonetheless, it's worth considering. And if we want to send a recommendation to the commission as a resolution campaigning this favorable recommendation, I'd be happy to sponsor that resolution.
I think, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I think my recommendation on this, because this would require a separate ballot question, and it would also require a separate analysis by staff, because I have a hard time advising the board to transmit a recommendation to the commission that we haven't researched yet to see if there are even buildings that have removed historic floor plates. So I think if maybe Tom's recommendation may be more appropriate as far as bringing this discussion back to the planning board as part of the broader FAR discussion, and then if the record supports it, that then the planning board could transmit that recommendation to the city commission. But I think that this really is sort of an independent issue from the measure that staff has already considered at length.
Yeah, we're just talking about process. So it's whether we consider it at a later date or suggest to the commission they consider it. I think we're transmitting it right now as is to the commission. So now we just have to decide if we're going to discuss it before or if we suggest that the commission discusses it.
Well, I agree. Could I ask something real quick? I mean, are there, I don't know the answer to this. Are there contributing buildings not in historic districts that could take advantage of this potentially?
There are contributing buildings located in National Register districts. National Register district buildings have a classification of either contributing or non-contributing. Whether there are contributing buildings in National Register districts where floor plates were removed prior to June 4th, 1997, we would have to do some preliminary research. I don't believe that there are, but I wouldn't want to come out and say for sure. But I think that in terms of your overall recommendation, the impression I'm getting from Daniel is that it goes a little bit beyond that, and perhaps this would be better suited to be made as one of your recommendations pursuant to the more global FAR discussion that we plan to bring to you in August. Since it will require a separate ballot question, perhaps this could be one of a number of recommendations that you would make to the City Commission.
I would support it in that part, in that context. You know, I know it's involved, it's not a simple amendment, so I certainly would support it, and I don't want to hinder this ordinance from moving forward and hitting the ballot. And I certainly would just encourage staff with anything when we use contributing to see if you feel we can include national registries in those efforts, just as a way to promote those districts. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll include this as part of the analysis that we bring back to you for the discussion in August.
Yeah, that'll be August 25th, guys and girls. So with that, let's move to the next item. I think
did we vote on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Seems like so long ago. Okay.
It's passed. I just wanted to get through the legislation first, then we can come back and have the discussion.
You got it.
Yeah, Mark, you seconded it. So
okay.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
I didn't know we voted or not.
Yeah. You're so efficient. We're just moving. All right, so let's take up the next item. This is going to be Planning Board File 20-0383. This is the DRB advisory process. Tom?
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the board, this particular ordinance came out of the Land Use and Sustainability Committee. And the purpose of the ordinance is to provide a mechanism and process for the Design Review Board to review neighborhood public type projects on an advisory capacity. Currently, under the applicability section of the DRB regulations, most significant public improvement projects have to go to the DRB for review and approval. However, there are a number of projects that are considered routine maintenance and minor that can be approved at staff level. And the LUSC, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, recommended that those types of projects should get some type of DRB review. And the consensus was, rather than requiring a full-blown DRB review that would be subject to appellate review and have more onerous notice requirements, that a certain scope of projects would be subject to DRB advisory review. And the DRB advisory review would be just that. The DRB would be looking at these particular projects and making a non-binding recommendation. There would not be a final order. The decision would not be appealable. It would not be a formal decision of the DRB that would be binding. It would just be some advisory recommendations that would be transmitted to the commission. The scope of the projects that would be subject to DRB advisory review would include stormwater pumps and related apparatus, the location of screening above ground infrastructure, street lighting, non-standard materials for newly constructed sidewalks, streets, and crosswalks, the above ground design of new roadway, medians, traffic circles, plazas, protected bike lanes, roadway elevations in excess of 6 inches above the existing crown of road, pedestrian bridges, and master neighborhood improvement plans, which involve and integrate the previously mentioned elements. Within this process, there is a specific time frame proposed that the DRB would have to conduct this review. They would have to conduct the review within 35 days of receiving it. So the DRB would basically have 2 meetings with which to make an advisory opinion. They wouldn't be able to just keep the item and continue it month after month. There'd be a fixed amount of time that they would have to give advisory review comments on. In addition, the design review advisory review would have a minimum notice requirement of 15 days in advance of the meeting, a published notice requirement. And for above ground stormwater pump stations and related apparatus, there would be a mail notice requirement to all property owners within 375 feet of the boundaries of where that pump station would be going. There's certain things where advisory review would not be required, and that would be for things like emergency work, crosswalk projects that address ADA and Florida accessibility compliance, lighting improvements to address safety concerns, routine maintenance and utility repair work, and projects for which a notice to proceed with construction has already been issued, either on or before September 30th of 2020. In addition to this, the city manager could make a recommendation to the commission that DRB advisory review not be required if it's a project that does not rise to the level of DRB advisory review, even though it might be listed under the scope. And in that particular instance, the commission could waive that requirement. So this is all, it's in a brand new subsection C that would be part of section 118-252. This has been endorsed by the Land Use Committee in concept, and we will be bringing it to the City Commission for first reading at the request of the item sponsor this Wednesday. So we're recommending that you transmit it with a favorable recommendation. If you have any questions on the proposal, we can certainly answer those.
Let's see. Let me see if we have anybody from the public first. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Cohen.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I fail to see what we're really trying to accomplish with this a parallel process. If we're trying to give our administration and our professional staff the ability to take action and use their authorization to do much needed projects in the city, then I say that that's the way we should be guiding this type of an ordinance. But if this is to try to create a parallel or a mini DRB, another DRB process, I find that what we're really trying to accomplish, we're failing at that, because now we've created another process in our city where we already have so many. And I think that this should be reconsidered to look at the goal to have our staff be responsible and accountable to approve projects like as this list was given in administrative capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matisse. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any more folks from the public waiting to speak on this item, so let's just close it to the public and then open it up to board members to speak on the item. I'll just start and go first. I mean, I understand the concern that Mr. Cohen raised. I'm not against it. I think that boards do provide really good advisory as well as substantive feedback for staff as well as the leadership in the city. So I'm not opposed to it on those grounds. That said, I do note that item 4 does give the city manager and the city commission the opportunity to waive it, because there are probably many other conditions that will arise that are not necessarily described in what Tom went over in terms of existing facilities. So that was my only thing, but I'm comfortable with item 4 filling the gap for me on the city or the manager being able to waive that. But go ahead, any other board members.
I have a, go ahead, Daniel, if you want.
Okay. No, thank you, sir. So my comments just briefly are as follows. There's budget concerns with public projects. So I agree with the chair that item 4 gives the commission the ability to waive it, but we can't go too open-ended when we're going to the DRB because there are budget constraints on these projects that may not allow us to move forward and implement additional items that they want or recommend. I certainly don't think it'll be bad for them looking at larger projects, and maybe what we want to do is isolate projects based on value so that not every single project goes to them, but maybe a recommendation to commission to consider limiting this review based on a certain budget value for a particular project. I'd also want to confirm with staff if they can confirm that we already have SEPTED review by the police department on neighborhood projects and that they're already looking at parks and neighborhood projects for CIP. Thank you.
Yes, we do have SEPTED review. That's actually included as part of our DRC now, and that's one of the standing criteria in all of the land use boards.
Any conversations previously on limiting based on a value of a project? You know, just so that you're not so tied down on a simple project. I would think this is more applicable to significant projects. I just don't know enough of your internal process of when this would be triggered.
We've never discussed a monetary value. I think what was guiding us, and this was the recommendation of the Land Use Committee, was aesthetic concerns related to above ground projects. And so we never really discussed whether or not a value should be the trigger or not, because you might have some projects that have a very high value, but they don't have much in the way much of an above ground component, where another project that maybe has a lower cost value but has a more significant above ground component would potentially be excluded. So I think that's why valuation was never discussed.
Daniel, do you have any response, or you're fine with that explanation?
No, I'm okay with the explanation, and you know, we could, if the board wants to consider any of that, that's fine. But thank you, staff, for those clarifications.
Mike, anything?
I'm sorry, I was on mute, guys. So when I think about this item, I am supportive of this generally. When I think about this item, and by the way, I have my own frustrations about the speed with which we are proceeding on fighting the sea level rise battle. We've just been dealing with a big project in my neighborhood, and it's gone on forever. And so the idea of adding any more time to the process, I understand the sensitivity there, but I think if we knew in advance that that this was a requirement, that's 35 days really wouldn't make a big difference, and would provide another opportunity for feedback from you know, all the folks that are going to be affected by these big projects. I think about when I think about this project, I think about the big pump station, I guess a pump station or generator out in front of Publix in Sunset Harbor. And it's hard to imagine that would have gotten through the DRB. You know, at least there would have been some conversation about its lack of attractiveness. So, so I believe in our process. We all here in our process every month. We sit and participate in the process. I believe in it. You know, I think it works well. I think it is at times a little too slow, but I think it generally works. And I have followed this this proposal from Commissioner Samuelin since it was originally proposed, and I'm a yes.
All right. Do you want to move it, or do Asa? Do you have any comments on it? I want to make sure if I don't want to cut anybody off.
No, it's okay. I'm in support of it. I don't have any comments really.
Mark?
No comments.
Nick, anything?
I think it's a good idea. I support it.
All right. Well, again, with item 4 there, and with the example that we talked about in Sunset Harbor, I think that, you know, there are certain times when life safety or other issues come into play, and they have a different level of urgency and have to be looked at in a different way than we would a normal project. So with that, Michael, do you want to move it?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it. And I'll also add, I think there are some guardrails in place here, in particular the 35 days and the one you just mentioned. So, but yes, I'm happy to move it.
We have a second?
Second, Jelpy.
Okay, now for the roll call, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. Before we take this item, when do we want to have a break? I know everybody would like to have bathroom usage as well as some sustenance, some food, and other things like that. Maybe take some calls. It is a Monday, and I appreciate everybody being here on the first day of many of us having busy weeks and Zoom calls and all the like. So, Michael, what do you want to do in terms of time for a break?
Do you want to, if you want to take a break early, we're moving pretty fast. Do you want to take a break at 11:30 for half an hour?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Is that fine with the board?
Yeah, is the next item likely to take more or less than 40 minutes?
It could take some time. It could take up to an hour, I think.
Okay, well, I'm okay with 11:30-ish, or somewhere around 11:30, between 11:30 and 12 is good with me. So,
all right, perfect. So we'll manage in that time frame of opportunity to take a break. So with that, let's go ahead and introduce the next item. I know we have Michael Neesden and Matthew to speak on it, but this is the Planning Board item 20-0370. This is the Faena District Overlay Amendments.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, for some background on the district. In December of 2014, the City Commission adopted an ordinance establishing the Faena Overlay District. The district is generally located along Collins Avenue between 32nd and 36th Streets. Now, in the RM2 portion of the district on the west side of Collins Avenue, the overlay district modified some of the permitted uses in the RM2 district to allow for ballroom and assembly space and allowed for commercial uses to be a main permitted use within existing contributing buildings on the west side of Collins Avenue. In 2014, the Historic Preservation Board approved the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing 16-story Versailles building, the total demolition of the 1955 South Detached Addition, and the construction of a new 203 feet tall detached ground level addition. Also in 2014 at the time, the Board of Adjustment approved a total of 11 variances related to the new construction. Again, in 2016, the Historic Preservation Board approved modifications to the design and the site plan, including additional variances. Although the renovation and addition to the Versailles Hotel was initially approved about the same time that the Faena Overlay District was created, permits for the restoration and new construction have not been issued, and little activity has taken place on the site since the 1955 addition was demolished. With the application of numerous state extensions, the current approvals remain active. Now, currently, the owner of the Versailles Hotel property is in the process of redesigning the residential tower addition, along with some changes to the Versailles Hotel restoration plans. When numerous variances were first granted by the Board of Adjustment and additional variances were granted by the Historic Preservation Board, the importance of restoring one of the most iconic Art Deco hotel structures was clearly recognized as a hardship due to the siting issues related to the restoration of the contributing structure and site planning for new construction. Nearly all the variances are associated with locating the new construction as far from the existing Versailles Hotel tower as possible, resulting in the construction located very near to the south property line of the site. This was also only possible with the demolition of the former 1955 addition, which impacted the iconic original tower constructed in 1940 and designed by architect Dwight France. Because of the design modifications now proposed, absent the proposed ordinance before you today, modifications to the variances previously granted would be required. As proposed, the subject ordinance would only apply to properties with an underlying zoning district within the Faena overlay that are zoned RM3 and are on a lot with greater than 70,000 square feet, which also contain a contributing structure. A summary of the proposed amendments is included in the staff report, which, except for the proposed increase in height, are largely consistent with the variances previously granted by the Historic Preservation Board and the Board of Adjustment. As the modifications proposed are largely consistent with the variances previously granted for the Versailles Hotel site, staff is supportive of the ordinance except for the proposed 40-foot rear subterranean setback. In this regard, the Historic Preservation Board approved a rear setback of 46 feet from the bulkhead line, where 50 feet is required. Staff recommends a rear subterranean setback of 46 feet from the bulkhead line consistent with the variances previously granted in order to not reduce the amount of pervious landscape area on the site. As it pertains to the proposed increase in height, even if adopted by the City Commission, the Historic Preservation Board still has the full authority to evaluate the overall massing and design of any new construction in accordance with the Certificate of Appropriateness review criteria and require a lower height and modification to the design if that is warranted. In light of the unique nature and history of the site as outlined in the staff report, staff believes the additional height may be warranted if benefits to the historic Versailles Tower can be established as determined by the Historic Preservation Board. We are recommending that the Planning Board transmit this ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation with the changes that I noted. And then for additional background, on May 26th and again on July 21st, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee recommended in favor of the ordinance. And I believe we have Mr. Kasdan online for a presentation on the project.
Yes, good morning, Michael. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Neeson Kasdan of Ackerman here as well with my colleague Matthew Barnes. And we have as well from the client, Fran Scola, who is on the board of directors of the Amman Hotels, as well as the chief investment officer for OCO, the development group. Rich Heisenbottle, who is one of the consulting architects on this project, a preeminent historic preservation architect in this region. And Kevin Dunn, who is the director of development. I'm going to take you through a brief slide presentation. I'd like to give you a little bit of context. Some of you are very familiar with this, others may be new to it, which is that this is the last piece of the Faena district. The Faena district consists of pretty much everything along Collins Avenue from 32nd Street to 35th Street on both sides of Collins Avenue. And in order to create the Faena district, an overlay was adopted many years ago, which facilitated the development and redevelopment of the historic Saxony Hotel, the construction of Faena House, the collection of buildings on the west side of Collins Avenue, including the Forum. The last piece that remains to be redeveloped in the Faena district is the Versailles property. And you will be hearing shortly from Fran Scola. The Faena district is in essence owned by Access Industries, and they've entered into a venture with OCO and Amman Hotels, which is Vlad Doronen's company, to redevelop the Versailles property. Two things that you should also be aware of, I think Michael mentioned or alluded to it, there's already an approved project for that site, both a residential building on the south end of the property as well as a restoration of the Versailles Hotel. That has gone through different iterations. Originally, the historic Versailles Tower was going to be a hotel along with a new residential building. Then it was going to be a residential building as well as the historic Versailles Tower, as well as the new residential building. In this version, which is something that we are, and I think everyone in Miami Beach should be incredibly excited about, the historic Versailles building will become an Amman Hotel, which we'll describe in greater detail. I think many of you know it's probably the finest hotel brand in the world. And the residential building is not going to be any larger than the previous residential building, but we'll have 23 residences. It'll be the highest luxury residences built in this city. To accomplish that, we'll go through the changes that we want to legislate in the Faena overlay in just a moment. First, I'd like to just briefly turn it over to Fran Scola, a board member of Amman Hotels, to tell you about this project and about Amman.
Well, thank you for having us. I would like to start by saying Vlad Doronen is a resident of Miami Beach. He lives on Star Island. He came to Miami actually in 1990 for the first time and wanted to be a developer here, but he could not get a green card. So to a certain extent, he started his business. His business of development here in Miami and Miami Beach is a lifelong dream, and building an Aman in Miami Beach is a passion project for him because he lives here, and so it's extremely important to him. Lad is, by any measure, one of the most successful developers in the world. He's built 75 buildings, 80 million square feet. To put that into perspective, the downtown and Brickell area of Miami is 50 million square feet. So he's built Miami 1.5 times. He is the 100% owner of the Aman Hotel brand. Aman means peace in Sanskrit. It is meant to be a peaceful respite from a very hectic world. Today, there are 32 hotels, 32 Aman hotels around the world, and a very rich development pipeline, including New York City, one in Bangkok, and a major project in Tokyo, where we already have one hotel, but are further developing more. There's one thing I'd like to say about Aman. It's the only hotel brand in the world that is in UNESCO heritage sites, and we're in 11 of them, UNESCO heritage sites. In fact, we actually just opened Kyoto, which makes our 12th. The slide that you have is a little old. We're actually in 12 UNESCO heritage sites. And I think that speaks to Aman's sensitivity to its surroundings, the fact that we're allowed on 12 UNESCO heritage sites and no other hotel brand in the world is in any. So that's something I wanted to get across. Go to the next slide. We've won many awards and recognitions for our hotel brand, many times recognized for being the best service in the world, and many times rated at the top of all the travelers list as the best hotel brand in the world. I'd like to talk about some of the Aman properties, and most important, New York. The Crown Building is on the corner of 57th and 5th in New York. It's one of New York's iconic buildings, built in 1921. It was the original home of the Museum of Modern Art. And we are
give me one second. I really apologize. I know you are in the middle of a presentation, but I need to communicate. PJ, can you bring our board member David Weeder into the meeting, please?
He has been promoted.
Okay, he's in. Go. Please continue. I apologize for the interruption.
Very sensitive restoration of the Crown Building in New York on the corner of 57th and 5th. 57th and 5th may be the most valuable corner in the world in terms of real estate. It's home to the Bulgari store, which pays $5,000 a square foot in rent, which for our understanding is the most expensive retail rent in the world. We've been complimented quite extensively by the city of New York for the restoration, including tremendous efforts that we went through to restore the original rooster on the top of the building. This is a rendering of the hotel lobby, double height hotel lobby. This is the same architect actually that we're using in Miami Beach for the Versailles, Jean-Michel Gatte, probably the best hotel designer in the world. Most of the most successful 5-star hotels in the world have been designed by Jean-Michel. As you can see, they have a beautiful outdoor dining terrace overlooking Central Park and like most of Aman's, the food and beverage guys are crying because they want to fill this up with tables, but we put a lot of water features and everything else out there to make it a beautiful and peaceful place to eat and enjoy a nice meal. Here's the Japanese restaurant Nama, which is Aman spelled backwards, also means fresh in Sanskrit, which will also be, this is the one in New York, we'll also be bringing that concept to Miami Beach. And here's a rendering of the spa. The spa in New York is 25,000 square feet. And importantly, we give it prime real estate. There's 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. So unlike a lot of hotels in New York, it's not underground. This is the Aman in Tokyo, one of the generally considered one of the best hotels in the world. It's right across from the Imperial Palace.
There are 2 minutes remaining.
It has a 100-foot sky lobby on the 34th floor. And here's a rendering of the pool, and you can see Mount Fuji in the background. The Amman Venice, another John Michel project, beautiful old palazzo in the heart of Venice that he restored to a 24-key hotel. And this is Amman Giri in Utah in the desert, extremely successful hotel, over 90% occupancy year-round. And we think, again, great architecture that really fits in with the surrounding. And this is just Amman. Generally, its condos or villas attached to it sell at the highest prices in the industry. So we have the enviable habit of raising values of everything around us.
And let me, thank you, Fran. Let me go over the changes and the planning behind that. There are essentially two major changes in the Faena overlay. One is to increase the height for the new residences from 200 to 250 feet. The second change is to mandate an increased front setback for the new residences from a minimum of 50 feet to 75 feet. And you will see how this opens up the view of historic Versailles. Finally, we also seek to relax the north and south side setbacks, to allow renovation of the historic Versailles Hotel, and the recreation of the Gulfstream dining room. Also to go back and space the residential building a little bit further away from the Versailles. So if you understand, the existing Versailles Tower encroaches in the north side yard setbacks on 35th Street. 35th Street is to the north, the parking lot is to the north of that, of the public parking lot.
10 minutes are up.
To recreate, Mr. Chair, we would request about 5 or 6.
Go ahead, Neeson. We can give you 5 more minutes and then we have to wrap up. So if you can.
Thank you. In order to recreate the Gulfstream dining room and a slight extension of the balconies on the tower, we need to relax those setbacks. Similarly, on the south side, facing the 34th Street parking lot, understand there's our property, then there's the 34th Street parking lot, then south of that is the Faena House. Currently, the approved building has setback variances, which bring it right up to the property line. The reason for that is so that it steps away and is set back from the historic Versailles Tower, gives it breathing room. That was the same thing that was done for Faena House. It was pushed to the north, to the relaxing the setbacks up to the parking lot so it could give the historic Saxony building breathing room. So the next slide. This is the Collins Waterfront Historic District in which our property lies. You can see the red building is the Versailles, the historic Versailles. Next to it is where the new residential building will be created. Next slide. It is important to note that in the Collins Waterfront Historic District, there are at least 10 buildings of 200 feet or greater in height, including 3 buildings, the Atlantis at 274 feet at 25th and Collins, the Mirasol at 285 feet at 27th and Collins, and Latour at 285 feet, which exceed the height that we are requesting for the proposed residential building. And you see the arrows pointing to where those buildings that exceed 250 feet exist. So the conclusion is that what we are proposing is very much in keeping in character and scale with the buildings in the Collins Oceanfront Historic District, and it also respectfully allows a setback, as we will show you in the next slides, of the new tower. We'll skip the architects here, we've already talked about them. The new tower, this is the new residential building, as you see, which we sort of set up and off and back, allowing views to the north and to the south of the ocean and of the beach. Most importantly, if you see the image here, the dark black line shows the already approved residential building and how close it comes up to Collins Avenue. The dotted lines show the ground level for the new proposed residential building. See how dramatically it is set back, particularly at the first 50 feet, exposing views of the historic Versailles Tower. Next slide. This is the proposed building envelope on the upper floors, which shows that it's still significantly set back from Collins Avenue. And this dramatically shows the difference in what is currently approved for that site, the existing building, and the proposed new building, which takes the principal view of the Versailles Tower, which is as you're driving north or walking north on Collins Avenue, as Collins angles itself and fully exposes the east facade and the south facade. As might have been mentioned, this is only going to be a 56-key hotel and 23 ultra-luxury residences. It will have not only no impact on the neighborhood, but will actually have a very positive impact. I will conclude by letting you know two things. Number one, the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, the association of all the buildings, 23rd to 63rd Street, their board unanimously endorsed what we are proposing to you today and this project. And that was announced at the Land Use and Sustainability Committee last week. They recognize how important this is. Final point. Miami Beach is at an inflection point in its direction. We can go the direction that we're trying to prevent on Ocean Drive, which is as a honky-tonk kind of place, or we can go where we have elegance and high-end and low-impact development. None is better for the city than this particular project. We are lucky to have it coming here, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Neeson. You did make it under 5 minutes, so thank you very much. I had my stopwatch going on you.
Thank you for giving me the extra time.
No problem. So, David, thank you for joining us. I was going to send out a search party for you in a little bit, so thank you.
I want to offer my apologies to the board and to the presenters. But I blame it all on my iPhone or the dog ate my homework. So I'm here and I'm here late, and I guess better late than never. So again, my apologies to the entire board and to all the presenters. I did listen to Neeson's beautiful presentation. I had to go through I couldn't find the meeting ID, so I had to call Mike Barano. He gave it to me, so I want to disclose that. And I'm glad to be joining you all this morning and finding you all well and healthy.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. With that, let's open up some conversation and opportunity to speak with the public. We have Mr. Stern, I believe, who is waiting to speak on behalf of this.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and members of the board. I don't know if my video is running or not. I apologize for that. My name is Thomas Stern. I'm a condominium owner at Faena House located at 3315 Collins Avenue, directly south of the proposed Aman development. I'm here today as one of 26 unit owners of the Faena House who feel exactly the way I do and do not support the developer's requests. This is the overwhelming majority of non-conflicted unit owners. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request 4 minutes of speaking time, given that so many unit owners agree with my position.
Go ahead, Mr. Stern.
Thank you, sir. I forwarded Mr. Mooney a copy of my letter to the board and, for your benefit, a summary of the key points I will now be making. Initially, I'd like to remind the board of Section 142-867 of the City Code that established the Faena Overlay District. Quote, the purpose of this overlay district is to allow limited flexibility of uses and limited increases in heights because of the common ownership and operation of the properties within the overlay district, end quote. I respectfully ask that you keep what I said in mind in connection with the developer's request before you today. We strongly oppose the developer's request to amend the Faena Overlay District. As a brief history, the Faena Overlay District included a approval to build a 200-foot condominium tower in 2014. This was subsequently amended by the Historic Preservation Board in 2016 to allow for a 203-foot tower to the north of Faena House. The developer, the Blavatniks, made assurances at the time the district was established that all future developments in the district would be built and be compatible with the Faena House. The developer keeps coming back for more height and variances. This does not follow the character and purpose of the design of the original overlay district. It's very troubling that the developer is on both sides here. The Blavatniks asked for and received the original overlay district approval. The Blavatniks are now part of the developer group seeking to change the Faena overlay district. This is a clear conflict. The developer sought and received height and variances to 203 feet in 2016. No further height increases or variances should be granted. The proposed amendments will create a proliferation and precedent impacting the future for similar requests throughout the city. Look what is happening at the Raleigh Hotel, which is seeking a 200-foot tower. Amending the Faena district setbacks is now requested as a self-imposed hardship. Variances for self-imposed hardships are not permitted. Restoring the Versailles and locating the second condo tower beside it was always a part of the overlay district and subsequent approvals. The proposed tower at 250 feet moved further east and south with a corresponding increase in mass will negatively impact the quality of life for all residents of Faena House. It will obliterate our views, cast extensive shade and darkness, affect the public beach, increase traffic, and cause numerous other deleterious impacts to our units. I also must stress that the proposed amendments impact not only the units, but also the public, casting shadows during the day on the public beach. The developer is employing a step-up approach to continually request variances and height increases for a project that has previously received height increases and variances. It's clearly an attempt by the developer to delay a project with previously granted approvals to see how much more the city is willing to give. The developer is requesting even more variances and height at the expense of the original district plan. The regulations in place for the Faena district were designed to maintain and preserve the integrity of the area and prevent excessively tall buildings from encroaching on the beach. Are such increases in height, mass, and encroachment on the beach what the city wants for its future? As a final point, has the impact of the multiple variances proposed, moving the new tower east and south, been fully vetted for sea level rise and flooding? I respectfully ask that you deny the developer's request, or at the very least, continue this hearing to a later date to further study the impacts. In conclusion, I remind you again of the purpose of the Faena Overlay District section of the City Code. Quote, the purpose of the Faena Overlay District is to allow limited flexibility of uses and limited increases in heights because of the common ownership and operation of the properties within the district. Thank you very much, and I'm available to answer any question or provide further comment.
Mr. Chair, I think you're on mute.
I apologize. Mr. Dokos, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Dan Dokos. I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Condominium Association of Faena House, as well as an owner of the condominium at the same residence. As a member of the board, we solicited the views of the residents of the building, and as Mr. Stern previously has stated, there is an overwhelming majority of the residents in the building who are opposed to the developer's request to amend the Faena Overlay District. The developer made assurances at the time the district was established that all future developments in the district would be built and be compatible with Faena House. We were assured at the time we chose to become residents of the Faena district that the Versailles Hotel would be renovated to its former glory and that a new residential building would be built alongside the former hotel. We were assured of the exact placement of the building and the setback from the ocean as a number of the north-facing units of our building enjoy, and were assured we would continue to enjoy an open northern view of the coastline. We were also assured that the new structure would be in line with our building and not any taller or wider. All of these assurances, along with the other amenities of the district, were an important part of the reasons why we chose to live in the Faena district. We do not understand now why the developer needs these additional variances, as they do not follow the character and purpose of the design of the original district. We do not understand why the building needs to be moved 25 to 30 feet closer to the ocean and why it needs to be 47 feet taller than was previously approved. These proposed changes do not show sensitivity to the surroundings, as stated in the previous presentation, but will negatively impact the quality of life for all residents of Faena House and the district as a whole. It will dramatically limit our view of the ocean, dwarf the buildings to the north and south, including the Versailles Hotel, and cast excessive shade and darkness over a large swath of the neighborhood and the beach. As Mr. Stern said in his comments previously, the regulations in place for the Faena district were designed to maintain and preserve the integrity of the area and prevent excessively tall buildings from encroaching on the beach. It was these regulations and the proposed character of the district, as promised to us by the same developer now proposing to vastly change the character of our district, that we relied on when we chose to live in the district. As a member of the board of the building, I am disappointed only just recently to have been presented with a proposed development plan of the Versailles property. Given the overwhelming opposition of our owners, I would respectfully ask that you deny the developer's request, or at least continue this hearing to a later date to further study the impacts. Thank you for giving me time to address you today.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Let's go to the next member from the public, which will be Mr. Novick.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Kareem, and board members. My name is Mitch Novick. The site you're discussing today once housed the glass mosaic mural created by mid-century master artist Jack Stewart. It was senselessly removed by this developer. The city made no mention of it in its historic preservation report. A 90-foot long, 17-foot high glass mosaic mural, again, by mid-century master artist Jack Stewart, who was a close confidant of Walter de Kooning, whose works sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. I would request, as part of any approval, a condition be inserted which would require this developer to retrieve the mural, the glass mosaic mural, which is sitting in a yard in Little River where they dropped it off, to return it to Miami Beach for the public, to study and enjoy and appreciate as it had done for generations. I first took note of this mural. I must have been 7 or 8 years old, driving from the Seville to the Rascal House back in the late 60s. So again, as part of any approval, a condition should be required for this developer to return the mural for the public to study and appreciate. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'm happy to assist in answering them.
And who is the author of the mosaic? Jack Stewart?
The artist was a mid-century master artist. His works are found throughout museums around the world, and his collection, his works are in many private collections as well.
What was his name?
Mitch, do we go ahead?
Jack Stewart. Jack Stewart is the name.
Do we know where it's located? And perhaps you said that, Mitch, and I missed it. Do we know where it is?
Yes. Ivor Jane, a developer, had a plan to incorporate it in a development that never materialized in Little River. And the caretakers of this mural would be happy for this developer to retrieve it so it could be put forth for those of us in the public to appreciate once again. The city should be part of that scenario and should work with the developer either to incorporate it into this site or to find an alternate site around the city.
Interesting.
Okay,
and
thank you.
I will forward to Tom or Michael Belush front page story on the Herald that'll give you a wonderful insight into how important this mural is.
Please do that, Mr. Novick, and thank you for your comments on the item.
Thank you.
Let's go to phone number ending 6810.
Yes, good morning, and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is John Frank Megginson. I'm the president and director of the company that owns Penthouse A in Faina House. I'm therefore immediately and significantly impacted by the proposed amendments that are being requested. And I would just like to say that I fully support everything that Mr. Stern has said about the negative aspects of any potential amendments being granted by the planning board to the existing arrangements. It would be a very poor result for all the members of the building and indeed members of the public who will also be impacted by any such changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, seeing no more members from the public wanting to speak on the item, let's close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Board members, we have the design team and the principals there, and we have Neeson as well representing the principals of the development. So let's see if we have any dialogue about it. So,
Mr. Chair, may I have a brief response to some of the comments?
That's right. Go ahead, Neeson.
Thank you. Thank you. So, a couple of things. Number one, the issues that were addressed by some of the objectors are really site plan issues and are not properly considered at this stage, which is a legislative stage. But I do need to correct the record and make the facts very clear. First of all, this is in the Collins Waterfront Historic District. And I have shown you the actual heights that exist, including 3 buildings in the district, which exceed the 250 feet we are asking for. And so therefore, it is in character. That is what the facts show. Number 2, the other district they were referring to is the Miami Beach Architectural District, which is a different district and has different rules and different buildings. Number 2, and this is a misconception, and I know that our owners will be speaking and presenting to the Faina House Condominium Association. This building is not 1 inch further south than the already approved residential building. The only thing that is changing essentially on this new building is the height is going to increase some. And what that does, so it is no closer to their building. Secondarily, it casts, whether it's the existing approved building or what is being proposed, no shadow whatsoever on the Faina House. All of you know that the shadows really, the sun comes from the southwest and that the shadows move to the north. So if anything, Faina House will be casting a shadow over this building, not the reverse. In addition, so what do we get? We get an ability to further set it back and from Collins Avenue, and expose the view of the historic Versailles Tower. That's the same reason why the Faina House itself was pushed further north to the parking lot line there, and there was a relaxation of the setbacks, so it could open up views of the historic Saxony Tower. The additional height does not impact anyone's view in Faina House, and we will show them, and we can show you as well, that the impact on views of the waterfront from the Faina House are virtually non-existent. In fact, collectively, they are positive in this respect. The oceanfront units have a 4-degree reduction in view. It is so minimal as to almost be not a factor at all. On the other hand, the westernmost units have dramatic opening up of their view, and they will also be able to have a full view of the restored Versailles Tower. So collectively, this actually improves more views of more unit owners with little impact on any unit owner at Faina House. Finally, I would also say we are not seeking variances. This is a legislative change. We're not basing this upon hardship. And I would point out that we also have to consider the greater good of the city and of the community. This will facilitate a project, an exquisite project, a minimal size, 56 hotel rooms and 23 condominium residential units. And that is why this project was unanimously endorsed by the board of directors of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, because they know for our community, for their neighborhood, that this is something that will be very beneficial. So with that, we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Staff, before we have the board speak on the item or ask questions about it, is there anything you want to add to this before we get in?
Let me just add one item here regarding the shadow studies. As part of their application to the Historic Preservation Board, we have asked the Faena property owners, the Versailles property, to provide a shadow study to the Historic Preservation Board as part of that application.
And that study has not been concluded yet, correct?
I have not seen it.
Okay.
Well, remember, Mr. Chair, this is for the site plan approval for the Historic Preservation Board.
No, I understand. I just wanted to be clear for everybody listening that it has not been concluded yet.
But we are working on it.
I appreciate that, and I understand what you're saying, Neeson, that it can't be done until you kind of are starting to finalize things. Daniel, did you want to start on this one? Oh, I'm sorry, David. Go ahead. You have to come off mute, David. There you go.
Here I am. Just a few things. With respect to the mural, has any consideration been given on the site plan to, number one, restore that mural to a place on the site? And also, I wanted to tell Neeson that whoever did the lighting in your conference room makes you look like the board of directors for The Godfather, because nobody can see anything but shadows of the people who were there with the bright light coming through the window. So I just wanted to pull your leg a little bit about that. But the building plan itself it's a beautiful structure, and I can commend the architect. But I do think that there should be some effort to bring that mural back, because I, like Mitch, remember that mural very distinctly, and on my way to the Rascal House. So I would like to get some input on that, and also I would want to see the shadow studies, but it is I commend you on the structure and the beauty of that building.
If you'd like me to respond, Mr. Chair, we will work to help facilitate a place for the mural. Can't be on this site, because as you see the renderings of the almost finished new building, but we'll obviously work to try to find an adequate home. We have in the past tried, and we'll continue to work on it. By the way, I mean, the Seville to Rascal House was a long drive. You could have stopped at Junior's or Pumpernicks.
That's true. That's true.
Mr. Chair, I have some follow-up questions and comments, but I'm happy to let others go before me.
Go ahead, Mike.
So, Mayor Kasdan, just a few kind of follow-up questions. The height of Faena House, because you rolled through that presentation pretty quickly. The height of Faena House is what, please?
203 feet.
203, and
protections above.
And what is the reason for moving so much to the east?
Well, one of the main reasons, and first of all, it's not so much to the east. It's perhaps 20 feet or less to the east. The main reason is it opens up. If you look at that, we can go back to that slide for 1 second. That's that slide. Yes. So go to the one before that.
We can't see it.
You can't
Is that the A207, 208 slide? Which one are we looking at?
Can you see it now?
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So this shows you that dotted line shows you where the already approved building sits to the east. And what that does is the main view of the Versailles, the historic Versailles building is as you are going north on Collins. Collins is one-way northbound. And actually Collins Avenue begins to turn. So you have this fantastic view, whether you're walking or driving, of the historic tower. What was approved before eclipses virtually the entire southern facade, which is being recreated, and Rich Heisenbauer can talk about that as well. And so it frees that up and helps create a much better view. Now, one of the things that's done is the increased height is a way of accounting for the reshaping of the mass of the building and a slight extension to the east, but not as much of an extension to the east as is the setback from the west.
Right. So go ahead. Nick, so thinking about the greater good, I think you mentioned that. I certainly see that. And thinking about, I think you used the words incredibly excited about having them on in Miami Beach. I do think it's a fine addition to the beach, but I'm concerned about, such a large group of owners immediately adjacent who perhaps, haven't had an opportunity to be consulted with, and maybe the outreach. So perhaps you could talk a little bit more about that and what we might do to satisfy those folks. If there have been no shadow, I mean, maybe they're satisfied when they see the shadow study. I don't know, but anyway, I'd like perhaps for you to address some of their concerns, please, Mayor Kasdan.
Sure. We are, Mr. Barrow, going to be making full presentation to the owners. That's, I think, within a matter of hours, actually. It's being sent to them shortly. Now, this also, let me also explain the context of this. After it goes from the planning board, as you know, it has to go back to the city commission for 2 hearings. That's going to be, I think, in September and October. Mm-hmm. So there's plenty of opportunity to sit and meet with the neighbors as well. We did already, as I mentioned, did a full presentation to a Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. And we will get that. Part of it, though, we could use a little bit of our common sense in terms of shadow. We know where the sun comes from and how it sets. We know just by our experience in terms of working with buildings on Miami Beach and the location of these 2 buildings, that the new Amman residences will not cast a shadow on Faena House, but in fact the reverse is true because of the direction of the sun. The other thing that I need to emphasize as well that is important is as beautiful and as special as the Amman Hotel will be, it is only viable, really, if they are able to build and sell the residences. As I think you know, that is the nature of these kinds of projects. So it's important that this continue to be moving forward. We will very much be meeting with the immediate neighbors. We already actually had a small presentation to King David, which is to the condominium building to the west. So we will be continuing to meet with them. The site plan process, the historic building is going before the design review board in September, and then the new residential building, not the design review of the historic preservation board, will probably be going before the Historic Preservation Board in October or November. So there's ample opportunity for input and dialogue with regard to the specifics of the design of it.
Right, but you were asking us for a favorable recommendation. And once again, overall, I see so many merits to the project, but these folks believe their quality of life will be impacted by the current proposal. And they are also saying that they were assured that what you're proposing would not happen. So, I wonder if there's a way to bring them along in this process.
I don't believe there were those assurances that they're talking about, but nevertheless, we certainly are going to intend to meet with them and allay their concerns.
I would just add to that, Neeson, that if you look at Mr. Stern's letter, I mean, I think the setbacks and what it does for opening views of the Versailles Hotel are admirable and they're great. And I think they have a very positive effect on the street frontage and overall allowing the historic building to really present itself to the public. The height is where it's a sticking point. And I'll say, to me, height is somewhat arbitrary anyway. These things are often agreed upon in districts, and I don't often see such an impact in increasing height. But could you respond to Mr. Stern's letter where it says that, the whole idea of the Finding District overlay was to prevent increases in heights, which is exactly what we're being asked to approve at the moment.
Sure. In fact, it's the opposite of what Mr. Stern mentioned, because it did specifically contemplate the ability to have increases in height. And this is an increase in height that means that this proposed building actually would be less than other buildings nearby that already are in the historic district. So we think this is actually very much in keeping with the philosophy of the Faena district. And in fact, one of the guiding principles is to be able, there are two great historic buildings, both Roy Quaint's, the Saxony Hotel, the Faena Hotel, and the Versailles. And so one of the driving principles of it has been to give them as much space and set them back as far as possible to expand the public views of those buildings. So we feel this is actually exactly within the spirit of the Faena district. One other thing I'd like to mention as well is to just tell you that this is this proposed residential building is actually smaller in terms of building volume and size than the already approved building. Because remember, among the things that the developer is going to be doing is recreating the Gulfstream Room, which was demolished, the historic dining room in the old Versailles Hotel, as well as some slight extension of the rooms to the east. So this overall building is actually, first of all, is no closer to Faena House, and second of all, it's a little bit smaller than the building that has already been approved. And the height does not impact them whatsoever. In fact, if anything, it enables us to improve the views for some of the property, particularly the units on the west end of Faena House, with negligible impact on the east end.
Mr. Chair, Nick, real quick before you say that, Mr. Chair, and with the board's support, it looks like Mr. Stern would like to ask a follow-up question or respond to some of what's been said. And go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, before he does that, I just wanted to ask, outside the Faena district overlay, what is the maximum height in the zoning district?
200.
It's 200 as well.
What's the FAR?
But Mr. Gelpi, I would point out that it is 200, but there are a number of buildings before the height limit was reduced to 200. There were a number of buildings, which I pointed out, in that district who built it over.
I understand, but it wasn't as if with the Faena district overlay, it was agreed upon to have a lower height or anything like that. It was just consistent with the zoning in the surrounding area.
Correct, and I would also candidly argue, and I was on the commission at the time. I think these height restrictions were adopted. In that district, 200 feet was too restrictive. And I think all you need to do is look at the Latour building, which is 285 feet. And it's a taller, it's more elegant, it's set back. That actually it provides a better building form than limiting things to the 200 feet, like the buildings built in the most recent years, like Mosaic and Caribbean.
Well, that's a subjective issue in terms of the massing of the buildings and the height of the buildings. Obviously, the developers want more height. What's the FAR on the building, Neeson? And I don't think you've answered my question about the mural.
Well, we don't have two things. Number one, we don't have any plans for the mural. It can't be put on our building. That if you look at the designs, both the historic Versailles as well as the new residential building. I said we would work to help find a home for the mural. In terms of the FAR stays the same. It's 3.0. It's what it is and has been for many years.
And part of the reason the building is is because it's on a sort of a pedestal for resiliency. Is that fair?
That is one of the benefits of it. It's not the only reason, but it is a reason for it being elevated. Yes, and this is obviously going to meet all the required resiliency criteria.
What is the parking arrangement under the building? Are they assigned spaces within the building itself?
All of the parking is going to be on site, and I think that they're assigned spaces. Parking is assigned and below grade.
Below grade. In other words, the pedestal of the building will not be used for parking?
Correct, which gives the ability to open up the views on the north and the south.
So when you say below grade, there's going to be underground parking right on the ocean?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, there are a number of buildings, 57 Collins, Faena House, that have a parking which is below grade.
It's going to be kind of like, the same bathtub design that they have in those other buildings.
Correct.
To Neeson, this is Mark. Let's say you didn't get your height here, right? The building has been approved, is that correct? There's been an approved building that's basically a more squat building with the same basic volume to it, but just a lower, bigger building. Is that accurate?
That's correct. In fact, a slightly greater volume. Because right now we're trying to shift some of the volume to the historic Versailles and recreate the Gulfstream Bank.
Right. Because I know this is a little bit controversial, but generally I think when you talk about now smaller footprint buildings that are a little taller, generally look a little nicer because at some point you lose perspective on height at certain levels. And so basically you're talking about the same volume or similar volume, but just a higher building rather than a lower squatter building.
Correct.
Could I impose on you to put up the rendering of the front of the building that faces Collins Avenue?
That one? I believe that's the one.
Yes. Well, it's a beautiful design, but it doesn't seem to be really intrusive or out of place with the massing or the context of the other buildings, and the architecture is very innovative. I think it's a beautiful structure.
By the way, Neeson, do you have a view of what that sort of similar angle to what's approved already?
I don't know if we have it on us right now. We'll have to wait.
We just have this one.
Just that the comparison of the east, rather the west end of the building. That's the only one we have at the moment.
Also, we didn't get in our package the existing overlay. Is it possible we can get a copy of that? I'd love to see that.
This?
Yeah.
That shows the approved, the approved residential building, and this shows the outline of the proposed residential building. As you can see there, it is no closer to Faena House. The main benefit is that the step back from the, and this is at the higher floor level. When you go down to the lowest level, it opens up dramatically so that anyone driving and walking up Collins Avenue has a full view of the Versailles property.
Yeah, that is definitely an improvement over the original design.
I have a couple of comments, if I may.
Yes, please.
So I definitely can see how providing the additional height is giving them the ability to move the massing around. It certainly does allow, as Nick pointed out, the Versailles Historic Hotel to be presented to the street front, and I most certainly support that. I also support the bigger view corridors at sidewalk level, so it just feels a lot lighter, a lot more light coming out at the sidewalk level. I don't think I'm approving a design today. I think conceptually, providing the added height gives them more room to move the massing, and I think that through the HPB process, they can certainly force the massing to be moved even greater in a way to have less of an impact on the existing building that was already built to the south. So I certainly am supportive of allowing them more height to give them the ability to lessen the lower level floor plate and also provide just greater setbacks for the property. If you don't do that, if you don't give them more height, the massing has nowhere to go.
What's the difference in height again? That was the original. What's the additional height?
50 feet. From 200 to 250.
50 feet. I see. Okay. And there are other buildings in that area that are higher than that. So, okay. I agree with Daniel on that, on his analysis of the view corridors and his analysis of the placing and massing of the buildings. So I think you've done a good job so far, and I imagine the design will be further refined by working with HPB and planning.
Yes, absolutely. Let me jump in here and just ask staff, can we deal with the issue? And Daniel, I appreciate your comments. I agree with them about the massing being, without the height, it takes away some of the appreciation for the site and the adjacent building and the hotel. But staff, can I move also to talk about the 46 versus 50 feet setback issue that you have concern with? If you can talk about that really quickly.
Sure. The code requires a 50-foot setback for the bulkhead line for the subterranean setback. What they were approved for was 46 feet with a variance before. So we're recommending that as part of the planning board's recommendation for the to the city commission, that they include the 46-foot setback for the rear subterranean portion of the project.
We agree to that. We agree with that condition.
Okay, I thought it was something reasonable that we could agree with. So with that being agreed to, the other issue that I see is just the height issue. I think we've talked about that in terms of Daniel's articulation of the massing change that will be required if you basically tried to keep the same number of units as an example, and you needed to reduce the height. It would make it a little bit wider at the bottom, or cause some kind of pedestal situation. So that said, I mean, is our pleasure to move this forward or to decline it?
I will move it forward.
I'm still a no, guys, on this one, and I love a whole bunch of many aspects of it, but it always concerns me when the approval process gets out in front of the community outreach. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
Do we have a second to Daniel's motion?
Nick, just a quick question for procedure. We only have 5. We need 5 for this to move forward. Or is this an ordinance?
It's 6.
You need 4.
Sorry, we're back to a full board. My apologies. I retract that.
Daniel, I'm sorry. Is it possible to ask Mike? Well, do we need to?
Well, let's do this. We have a motion on the floor to move it. Do we have a second first, and then we'll call the question? So there's no second on it. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I may second it after I talk to Mike here. I was going to ask.
He'll remove it, but go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, are you proposing to continue it, Mike, and seek additional?
That's what I mean. We've done that a few times. We just give us another 30 days. Go talk to these folks. If it really is, the superior design and it's the best way to go. I mean, it won't be hard to earn my support. But once again, I just feel like, this is how it works in Miami Beach. You got to do the outreach.
I was inclined to favorably vote for but Mike makes a lot of sense. I don't see any reason why there can't be more community outreach and then decide in 30 days. There is a meeting next month, is there not? Or is it canceled?
No, we have a meeting on August 25th scheduled.
Okay, because usually there is no meeting in August.
Correct.
Mayor Kasdan, how do you respond to 30 days? What are your thoughts?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but this will delay the process because the site plan is predicated upon there being increased height. And I think it was pointed out by Mr. Beitia, we can, that will be able to be discussed and the volume considered by the Historic Preservation Board. Those are the issues which, if any, affect Faena House. Not at the legislative, because no one really can point to a reason why the height is a problem. And in fact, for the greater good, since you're now acting in your legislative capacity, the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association has, I think Anna Marie Mello said that this was the first time they ever unanimously endorsed a legislative or project initiative. So I would respectfully request that we will deal with Faena House. We're going to be meeting with Faena House. They're certainly, we will take into consideration all of their concerns and show them how I think that they don't have a reason to worry. But these are site plan issues. And if this does not continue to move forward, it could delay the process, because if the height is not changed, and until such time as the planning board adopts it, really wouldn't be able to be considered by the Historic Preservation Board. So for the sake of time, for the sake of the issues they're talking about will be dealt with at the site plan stage, I would respectfully request that we move this forward now.
Well, I know the folks at Mid Beach, and that's a really great neighborhood organization, and I actually can see the arguments around the greater good. But out of respect for, once again, a significant chunk of people who live right next door, who have lots of unanswered questions, I feel like 30 days would be the right way to go.
Neeson, I actually think the shadow study is going to support the case, and I don't think it's going to be a radical reworking of the site plan to conduct that and help, communicate that with the neighbors. So I would respectfully ask that you do that between now and August if the rest of the board is in agreement.
May I ask, because we're able to, I think, actually complete a shadow study. It hasn't been uploaded because it wasn't completed at the time But we can show you, Mr. Gelby, now, I believe, if go ahead, and so you'll see that concern, here we go.
I mean, if I look at the Google Maps, I can see the kind of orientation that it will project.
If we can share with you now, because we've just, I guess, been able to complete this very recently. So this shows, this is the shadow study. The building on the south, that corner, that's Faena House. Our building is there, and the historic Versailles to the north of that. So this is the sun study showing, this is on June 21st, the longest day of the year, greatest shadows. At noon, obviously, no impact. At 2 p.m., again, no impact. At 4 p.m., again, no impact. And then you go to December 21st, the shortest day of the year. We'll show you there. Go back to the first one. Again, no impact. Actually, if you look at this, at noon, Faena House casts a shadow on the Amman residences. If we go to 2 p.m., we see that Faena House casts a shadow on Amman residences and its pool. And at 4 p.m., again, the same. So this shadow study shows there's zero impact on Faena House from our building, and that's just the facts.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that's generally what I expected it to be. I like a lot of the moves you're making, and I think they're beneficial to the surrounding. I just don't want to disregard the outline of this letter, and I would love to see you be able to work that out. To me, if we look at the quoted text from Mr. Stern's letter, it says the purpose of the overlay district is to allow limited flexibility of use and limited increases in heights because of common ownership. I guess it depends on how you define limited. And I think this height increase benefits the context, but I would love to not just disregard that letter.
So Neeson, may I just offer my take on it and take it for what it's worth? I think 30 days is not going to have a material impact on the project. I think that this board is supportive of the height increase, generally speaking. I don't want to speak out of turn for anyone. I think we understand what the height increase means for the massing and the enjoyability of the community and really putting forth thoughtful development. I think the issue, if I'm hearing it correctly from my board members, some of them, is that there's a feeling or a thought that perhaps the residents may have in the adjacent tower have not been taken into account as much as they should have been at this point, regardless of whether that's true or not. I'm not getting into that debate. So if in 30 days, if that would be acceptable to you, I think we can bring this back. It should be a quick item at that point. That doesn't mean that going out 30 days that they're going to agree with you on everything. I get that. So if you would be okay with it, I think you would have, we're just asking, I'm getting the sense that what we're asking for is for you to just make sure that you button up that communication with the neighbors.
I defer to your judgment on this, Mr. Chair.
I agree with the chairman and Nick, and I think that 30 days is not a significant impairment to your development, and I agree that the development is a plus. And normally I'd say I've been opposed to height increases throughout most of my decisions. I've been outvoted many, many times on that. So, but this particular project has such merit, I think, that the way it's thoughtfully constructed and the shadow studies do show that the effect of shadows will be minimal, if any, on the Faena House. But I am concerned, and I want to thank Mike Barano, because he's very thoughtful in terms of community development and outreach. I want to thank him for his thoughtful approach to this. I think you're all to be commended because the project has really terrific merit. I would like to see the mural to return. And Neeson, you're right. You and I are old enough to remember that mural. And when you say that you'll help us make a home with it, you're not being particularly specific. So I think Mr. Novik's consideration should be incorporated into the thing, because that is a beautiful piece of art. And it is reminiscent of a time when the beach was a bit more schmaltzy, but it had a historic flair to it. I was very sad to see it go. Anyway, that's another thing I'd like to, in 30 days, I'd like you guys to come back with something more specific about the mural. And that's my 2 cents. And I apologize for the Cosmo Kramer look.
All right.
I love it, David.
Can I just say one other thing? I'd like to see the existing overlay because it's not part of our package, but I'd love to, it was referenced by a unit owner, and I think we should actually see that.
That's to staff, right, Mark?
Yeah, in our package.
Okay, so with that, Neeson, I really, I am in support of it. I do understand the comments that Mike is making. I'm not sure what the difference will be in 30 days, but I think that you should make the effort. I think it shows goodwill on your part, regardless of the outcome and the discussions with the neighbors, and perhaps I'll give you an example. So we're here listening, and then we're wrapping up the item. We're getting ready to potentially take a vote on it, and then we get a shadow study. Had that been part of the presentation at the beginning, maybe kind of speaks a little bit differently. And I understand that you just received it and it can be made part of the packet, but given that there was some comment on it from the residents earlier, it just seemed to kind of be a last minute thing. So let's go ahead and share that with them. My recommendation to you, and it's up to you, you do whatever you want. You can ask us to take a vote today. So I appreciate that you deferred to me, but it's really up to you. If you want us to take that vote, we'll take it and we'll see if there's support. But I think that I would rather hear from you that there's support to continue the item till next month.
Well, again, I defer to your judgment on this, Mr. Chair, and the sentiment of the board. So,
okay. With that, I'm gonna move that we continue the item till the 25th of August.
A second.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Lalonde?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so the ordinance is continued till the August 25th meeting.
And then you guys, staff, Michael and team, you guys will get us what Mark is asking for.
We can get you the full version of the ordinance as well as the map showing the area.
Can I also add a comment? Because I missed my internet went out. I missed about 5 minutes of the last part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the possibilities are around this mural, but I do think that this project in particular is an amazing example of preservation in Miami Beach. And I would support, exploring, learning more about the possibilities related to the mural.
Absolutely, Michael. Yeah, David talked about the mural a little bit while you were disconnected there. And Neeson and his team are going to go back, and I don't know if they're going to incorporate it as a component of this particular project, but the idea would be to come up with some answer of how they can reclaim that mural and bring it back to Miami Beach.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, thank you, Neeson and your team. We look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you.
Okay. With this, I think we're at 12. Should we take 30 minutes and then come back, or you want to continue? How do you guys feel, board members? Asa?
I'm ready for something to eat.
I need a break.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So how about we take about, do we need 30, 40 minutes? What do you think? Let's say 30. Let's say 30 minutes, because then if we say 40, it'll be like 50. If we say 50 minutes, it'll be like 60. So
Mr. Chairman, how long do you anticipate the rest of the agenda will take?
Well, we're moving through it pretty good. Let's see, 2 of the items, they're LDR items with comp plan changes. So they're, we have 2 sets of items that are actually tied to each other. So it shouldn't take much, after a 30-minute break. It's up to you guys.
I'm okay with a break. I got here late anyway, so I got here so late. It's like, and so Mike's internet was out, which means he didn't hear me compliment him, and I don't know what.
Oh well, please go ahead, David. I don't want to miss that. Can we do a redo? Yeah.
I appreciate your thoughtful approach to the entire project and for asking for community outreach. It was something that was needed, and it was a very adroit move, and I thought that I'm very appreciative of that, because it gave me a sense of finding out how the other people feel about it who are living right next to it, albeit they're not living in poverty or penury, so.
No, they got a pretty good, they got a pretty good gig on there, but they're residents and they deserve to be heard. So.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely. So with that, let's just give it to 12:35. Okay. So it's about 35 minutes. All right.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back to the Miami Beach Planning Board meeting for July 27th. We just are returning from a break, and we're going to take up the next application, which will be Planning Board File 20-0364. This will be 224 2nd Street School application for conditional use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're moving right along on schedule today. So this is an application.
To that extent, I have to tell you, Michael, my wife said to me, she said, "What do you mean you guys are taking a break? You normally start at 1 o'clock and you go to 6 p.m. What is this break stuff?" So I don't know. We may not be able to take breaks. Go ahead, Mike.
You guys deserved it today for being on schedule. So again, this is Planning Board 20-0364, 224 2nd Street. This is an application for a modification to a previously issued conditional use permit for an educational institution in the CPS 1 zoning district south of 5th Street. Specifically, this is for the change of ownership. The applicant has submitted an updated disclosure that reflects the new operating entity is Basecamp 305 Incorporated, which is a non-for-profit entity. No changes to the plans or operational conditions are proposed. We are recommending that the board approve this modification to the CUP. And I believe we have the applicant here to provide any additional information.
Go ahead, applicant.
And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be presenting. So if you can, who will be presenting testimony. So if you can state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
I will hopefully be much quicker than 10 minutes. Emily Balter, Brickardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappanez. Office is at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of John Marshall. He is the owner of the property located at 224 2nd Street and president of Basecamp 305 Inc., the not-for-profit entity that will operate the school at this location. The property is on the intersection of 2nd Street and Washington Avenue. This is the historic site that's being preserved and renovated. On June 25th, 2019, the planning board approved a conditional use permit for a new private educational institution at the property, PB 190259. Pursuant to condition number 3 of the final order, any change of management requires planning board review as a modification to the approval. Following the approval, Basecamp 305 Inc. received not-for-profit status from the IRS, and we're working to migrate all the remaining operational elements into the not-for-profit entity over the next year. Accordingly, we're seeking to modify condition number 3 of the conditional use permit from 224 2nd Street LLC, the ownership entity, to Base Camp 305 Inc., the not-for-profit entity. All other conditions of the final order will remain the same. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Emily. And before we take questions, I don't see any members from the public to speak on this item. So we're going to close the opportunity to speak by the public. And then I'll just open and say that in reviewing this, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, and I think the testimony from the applicant, there's no real changes to this other than a name change, which is a requirement to bring this item back before the board. So with that, do we have any comments from the board members?
Just a clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily, I understand we're not changing anything except the entity, but is and the gentleman's name who is behind it, that's not changing.
Correct. John Marshall is both.
John Marshall, that's the name I couldn't remember. Yeah, so John Marshall.
He's the property owner and the president of the not-for-profit entity.
And so, okay, all right. Of the new entity that we're changing it to?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. Well, I agree then. It's, this is an easy one, so let's do it.
Yeah. So I don't like to make motions, but can we?
I'll be happy to move it, yeah.
There we go.
I'll second it. And that was a brilliant presentation, Emily.
Thanks.
Sometimes they're easy, sometimes they're tough. Right.
I'll do the roll call. Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder? Mr. Weeder?
You're on, David, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Vatia?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro? And Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Emily. Thank you. All right, let's move on to Planning Board File 20-0360, 1575 Alton Road. I believe this is the old Firestone location for a restaurant and bakery conditional use permit request.
Correct, Mr. Chair. This is an application for a conditional use approval for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment with an occupant content in excess of 200 people. Proposal is for the renovation of the existing building to operate 2 restaurants with indoor entertainment on the ground floor. The total projected occupancy load is 525 with alcohol service and indoor entertainment. Now the CD2 zoning district has additional regulations, excuse me, for alcoholic beverage establishments located on the west side of Alton Road in the immediate area. However, those regulations do not apply to the east side of Alton Road. Nevertheless, as there are residential uses in close proximity to the subject property, staff is recommending that the exterior portions of the restaurants close by midnight and that ambient background music cease by 11 p.m. nightly. The only type of indoor entertainment proposed is a DJ for each of the 2 restaurants located on the inside. Doors and windows will be closed during times that the DJ is operating on the site. The operations plan indicates that all deliveries will be made on Lenox Court and will occur daily between 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. And lastly, I just want to make a correction in the staff report to note that regarding the required parking, because the number of seats for each establishment exceeds 60, it's very likely that an annual parking impact fee will be required for each of the subject establishments. We are recommending that the board approve the application subject to the conditions listed in the attached draft order. And I believe we have Mr. Morero here to provide a presentation.
That's right. And before we hear from the presenters, I'd like to ask anyone who will be providing testimony on the applicant's behalf to state on the record whether they swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Norberto, you're muted. Norberto Rosenstein is our architect. He's muted.
Is he a panelist?
He is, yeah, with me.
Okay.
Nick, are we supposed to make our disclosures?
I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm sorry. Norberto Rosenstein. Yes. I tried to figure this out. Okay, got it.
If you could just get sworn in, Norberto.
Yes.
So you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mark, we can do disclosures if you like after the presentation and before the public hearing.
Okay, your call. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon again, members of the board. If I could have my presentation, I believe it was going to be, there we go. Perfect. So I'll just start with the introduction. So again, good afternoon. Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas at law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant group Firestone Diner, LLC. So and with me today is Norberto Rosenstein, our project architect. There's other members of the application available if questions come up with regard to traffic or other items, but I believe Norberto and I can handle the presentation. So you all recognize the site. This is the Firestone site that we've all seen on Alton Road for decades, that has been vacant for many, many years. Our team saw an opportunity here because there's been a loss of some of these sort of perennial South Beach locations that cater to residents. I'll make some examples: David's, Van Dyke's, Next Cafe, Sushi Samba, that were really popular for residents that could just walk to and enjoy. And there's been a loss of a lot of these, especially on Lincoln Road over the years. With rents going so high on Lincoln Road, this project presented an opportunity to bring those type of uses back. These are restaurant uses that are really catering to the folks living in the area to enjoy. If we can go to the next slide. So I'm going to just go over the three concepts for you all. The first is Winker's Diner. As you can see from the rendering, it's really based on a 50s traditional diner. You can see from the renderings of the interior that it is designed to look like, to have a retro feel with a slightly modern twist. The focus will be on the food, really comfort food, fun food, and a DJ is proposed in this location. Again, it is a full restaurant. It's not in any way a nightclub or anything like that. I did see some emails making reference to that. This is a restaurant, and the DJ is being asked to create a certain vibe. But at all times, food will be served. Folks will be seated and being served food. Can I have the next slide? So this is Sushi Fried Chicken. Again, also a restaurant. This will be a little bit more of a modern flair, a hybrid sushi fried chicken restaurant. Very cool interior, focused on the food. And at all times, food will be served when there's music being played. Next slide, please. So this is the final component of the project, and it's Tooth Fairy, and it is a bakery, not open late, really a bakery. Kids can come up, get a cupcake, get treats. Very, very modern bakery style, but again, just a bakery. And this is the furthest, the use that is furthest to the east. Next slide. Okay, here's a site plan. I'll let Norberto speak more to this in a minute, but if you can see here, the two main uses, Winker's Diner, which is to the north, but in the bottom of the plan, and the Sushi Fried Chicken are both towards the Alton Road frontage. Behind them is the kitchen, back of house, and there's a significant amount of insulation throughout the property. Our concept is for the noise coming from the two restaurants to not even interfere with each other. So our architect has put a major installation wall between Winker's Diner and Sushi Fried Chicken, so that if you're eating at Sushi Fried Chicken, you don't hear music coming from Winker's Diner and vice versa. So with that, with the concrete wall and all the protections around, plus all of the conditions that staff has asked, which we've agreed to comply with, we believe that there'll be no impact for the music. I want to also make you understand that this project is fully permitted and fully in construction. It should be done in a couple months and opening in the fall, God willing. The reason that we're here before you, and by the way, the music itself at the same volumes proposed is as of right. But in speaking with the application team in the spring, they wanted to have a DJ playing this music just to create a vibe in the restaurant. And just because an individual is playing that music, it's called entertainment. It doesn't change the volume. It doesn't change the menu. It doesn't change the hours. But just because a person is playing the music, we have to come before you. So that's part of the plan. That's part of what is going to make these restaurants special. So we did want to ask that. If I could have the next slide. And with this, I wanted to transfer over to Norberto, but I want to point out the green restaurant, that is the Winkers Diner. The one in red is Sushi Fly Chicken. And then the one in blue is the Tooth Fairy Diner. Between the red and the green, you already have a solid wall for soundproofing. It's a double sound wall between the two restaurants. You won't even hear one restaurant to the other. Whenever there's a DJ playing music, their doors will be fully closed to the outside. There won't be any noise getting into the neighborhood to the east, and certainly beyond Alton Road to the west, you won't be able to hear anything at all. The protections, we've agreed to all those conditions imposed by staff. We think they're reasonable. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Norberto so he can explain a little bit further on his instructions and creation of the project, and with an emphasis on the installation and the soundproofing.
Thank you, Mickey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Good afternoon. So this project is around 11,000 square feet, and it's divided in 3 areas. There's a bakery, there's a diner, Winkers, and there's a Sushi Fried Chicken. The south of the building is there is a strip mall to the south, and we have a concrete block wall, solid concrete block wall. And between the Sushi Fried Chicken and the alley, which is to the east, there is a space of 59 foot 10. You can see it in the floor plan. For 59 foot 10 distance between that restaurant and the alley. There's a buffer zone, which is the back of the house, the kitchen. Then we have a double wall insulation with special acoustic insulation. It's like a 1 foot in width and 2 layers of wall between the diner and the Sushi Fried Chicken. Then we have low E double layer impact glass all around on Alton Road and on 16 on that area. And between Alton Road and the restaurant Sushi Fried Chicken, we have a buffer zone at the entrance. There are Nana doors, which they are also with double insulated glass. So there is no sound going into the street. And then we have all between the diner and the alley, 74 feet distance. So definitely in the alley, there's all concrete block walls also. So definitely this building, and there's a new roof insulation. We put
2 minutes remaining.
Total new roof. Thank you.
Norberto, can I interrupt and ask a question while you're talking about glass and concrete blocks? Would that be okay?
Yes.
How many windows? If I remember in the order, it said that windows must remain closed when the DJ is playing. How many windows are there? And maybe you're going to show us that. But how many windows are there? How many and how much staff is it going to take to go around and close all the windows?
Yes.
So the noise doesn't escape when the DJ is playing. And
okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
All the windows in the diner, they are fixed. They're picture windows. So those windows are not opening because they are closed. They are picture windows, impact picture windows. In the sushi restaurant to the south, there are Nana doors, and doors are going to be closed. They are going to be opened with weather permits, but when the DJ music is playing, those are going to be closed. So
somebody will have to close those that nano glass, that nano slider or whatever,
Right, but between
and
the
at that point, the sound will be contained within the interior.
Well, there is also a wall between the takeout area. When you look at the upper left side of the drawing, there's a takeout area, and between the takeout and the restaurant, there is also a partition with insulation. So
I see that it's like a vestibule almost.
Correct. So there, if the one door is open, still, there is a vestibule in between.
So Roberto, if you don't mind, if I could conclude, since we only got about a minute left.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Mickey.
No, it's no problem. We appreciate it. If we could just have the next slide, which will be the last one we use. So again, just here is to conclude some renderings.
Your 2 minutes
outdoor,
are up.
What's that?
Your time's up.
Oh, can I have an extra minute just because I was answering Mike's question?
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey. Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, sure. So the traffic was addressed here. We went back and forth with traffic, and the transportation department agreed that the traffic plan is suitable and passed the application because we did have a DJ, and only because we had a DJ. The planning department was able to look at the application and create conditions which we believe will protect any concerns the neighborhood would have. In addition to the vestibule and the soundproofing, the outdoor dining component will not be used during the times of the DJ, so all noise will be contained. With that, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll ask for an opportunity to rebut if there's any concerns, and happy to answer any questions that you all would have. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and I guess we can do disclosures at this point, and then we'll see if there are any persons from the public that want to speak on the item. So, Nick, you want to just go around?
Sure. If any board members have any ex parte communications they'd like to disclose, I'd ask that they do so now.
Yeah, I do. Mickey called me and I spoke to him about the project.
I received an email, but I didn't respond to it, and I don't think I even read it. But sorry, Mickey.
It's all right.
Just to clarify, I did have a conversation with the applicant's attorney as well on this project.
Yeah, I received the same email, and I had a phone conversation.
I received an email but had no conversation.
I had
go ahead, Asa.
I had no communications.
I don't have anything to disclose and definitely can remain impartial.
Okay. Shall we open to the public?
Yes, we should, and we have Gail Durham.
Okay, and Gail, before you speak, can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Gail Durham. I live at 1455 West Avenue. Oh, wait. I ask that the planning board chairman recuse himself because he's an executive working for the Related Group, and the Related Group and Crescent Heights have teamed up as partners on projects in the past, present, and will in the future. I think it's delusional to think that a business person would ever vote against his business partner. Thank you very much.
I don't think that I have a conflict, Nick, but if the recusal makes it easier, then we can do that, because I have business relationships with the Related Group.
So if I could, this is news to me, but the owner of the property is affiliated with Crescent Heights Group. Firestone Diner LLC is the applicant. My client, that is the operator. Related is not involved at all in this application. I mean, they have a relationship in some other venue. I don't believe that's relevant.
I agree with that, Nick, and that's what whoever the caller is, they're trying to draw a relationship between some other projects that I may have as a developer, and then another developer who may have projects with that developer that I may do business with. I don't think that it's a conflict, but it's up to you.
Who's the operator of the restaurants?
It's Groot Firestone Diner LLC. It's David Grootman's group. They also operate Komodo Swan, OTC, and what's the other one? Poppy Steak.
Do they have other restaurants on the beach?
On the beach. Poppy Steak is on the beach. Swan is in the design district. Komodo is in Brickell. I'm not exactly sure. I think OTC is in Wynwood, also Wynwood.
Planta, I believe, is in my neighborhood.
Planta is no longer. I don't believe is controlled by.
Oh, they don't own it anymore. I
That's
saw it on the
my
website. Yeah, okay.
But that was their project as well.
Well, perhaps,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go through.
The city attorney would give us an opinion on that.
And David, full disclosure, also live at the Fontainebleau.
I like to go through a conflict analysis sort of thoughtfully, and so if maybe the chair, if you and I can maybe have a brief phone call, do you think maybe the board should table this item and just so we can go through the standard under the county and state ethics codes.
Let's do this to just make it simple. Let's make it simple, because I don't need to make it. I'm sorry. Let's just let me go ahead and not vote on the item, and I think it'll either find its support or not, and then Nick, if we have to have that conversation, if it needs to find support, then we'll have that conversation. But I don't know that I'll even be necessary on the vote.
I mean, I hate to have you recuse.
Not recuse, but not vote. Is that what you're proposing, Kareem? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Daniel.
No, I think he's proposing to recuse. But if you don't have a voting conflict, you should be able to vote on it. Which is why I just typically
I'm in agreement with Nick. If there isn't a conflict, I don't want you to recuse yourself if there's no conflict.
Yeah, I don't think there is one, but.
Well, why don't, Mr. Chair, if the board has further questions for the applicant, maybe you and I could just hop on the phone for a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay, let's do that.
I just actually have one question for Nick before he jumps on that call. On the staff report, we're actually defining entertainment as a DJ only. Am I correct in understanding we can do that now?
Yeah, you can. Their application, they've agreed, is only going to be a DJ. So you can have a condition that the only form of entertainment allowed is a DJ. If they want to modify that, they'll come back to the board in the future.
And I'm sorry, we talk about this a lot. So I was under the assumption that it's freedom of speech to restrict entertainment. That's been consistently advised, and I've brought this up on the board several times. So I just want to have clarification for future applications.
I think that pertains to the types, if you're going to allow, instruments to be played, what types of instruments to be played. And, in terms of that being a conflict, I think here, we're not saying only certain types of instruments. We're basically, and the applicant has agreed, the only form of entertainment that will be on site is a DJ. It may be a different case if they were asking for open-ended, any kind of entertainment. We do try to focus it in terms of the type of entertainment. Typically, we have different classifications, including a DJ is one, a live performance or a live show is another. Performers, a band is different, which can also have restrictions on the types of, say, percussion or non-percussion. So I think the board can get to that level of detail, especially when here this is what the applicant has proposed and does not oppose the condition.
And if it makes it easier, I can just state on the record, we're not asking for live performances, live bands. It's really just the DJ. There's not really room for anything more. It's just to create an ambiance in the restaurant. So all that we're asking for, and we're happy to agree if it makes your job easier, it's just live music. It's just a DJ. And
I think that's great, and I'd love to see it in there. It certainly brings me a lot of comfort knowing what exactly we're approving as far as entertainment. The next question I have to you, Mickey, and only because it keeps on coming up, it doesn't look like the setup here is conducive to that, but do you mind a condition that says that there won't be a dance floor inside the restaurant?
I don't, we don't, it's not what we have at all. You can put that in there. It won't be a dance floor. We'd have to literally redesign the entire space for that. So yeah, no problem.
I agree. And we're just seeing a lot of applications come through us at our restaurants. And later we're finding out they're operating as a dance hall of some sort by removing the tables. I don't know if the rest of my board
guarantee you that folks won't bob their heads into the music.
And again,
we won't create
it's up to my board, my fellow board members, if they feel it's warranted. It's just a recommendation I like to put in there to give the community some comfort that this is truly a restaurant and not a after hours nightclub after 2 a.m.
Yeah, I like both of those suggestions, Daniel, and see how the rest of the board feels. Michael, I don't know if this is a question for you or Nick, but just as a clarification for me, if we approve this CUP for this particular entity, and it's changed. Obviously, we just did an entity change in the last item. Are we also specifically approving these three concepts, these three restaurant nameplates?
No, we don't care who the names are.
Okay.
What's important is the operator. They could change, the same operator could change the names.
Okay.
They could change
All right.
their concept.
Well, that's what it says. I like all three of these. They make sense to me, but I think that makes Daniel's previous comments even more relevant. And if there's anything else we can do to tighten it up to make sure that it doesn't, over time become something different than what we're looking at here today, without having to come back to the planning board, I'd like to explore that.
We'd be comfortable with that, Mike and Daniel. We'd be comfortable with those conditions as proposed.
We could add a condition that no dance floor shall be permitted and the applicant shall not seek a BTR or a dance hall license.
Special events permits?
Let's see if we may have had a condition.
Yeah, if it's in there, I apologize.
And that, again, the client just confirmed that they typically won't need special event permits. The only thing maybe for a grand opening, I don't know, certainly not a regular thing, but it'd be just for a grand opening type thing. And maybe they want something there, but that'd be the extent of it.
Yeah, I think there's just the only thing that's inconsistent with the application. I mean, the design looks like a restaurant. Everything about it looks like a restaurant. I believe that that's the intent. But you are asking to stay open until 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. at certain times. So
there will be food served at all times.
Right.
And we've agreed to that condition as well. And the outside will be fully closed. But if it's critical to have a special event condition, we can agree to it. Again, my client thinks it would only be like a grand opening.
We'll see what the rest of the board says. Anything that we can do to make it clear to to everyone that you're comfortable with, and that these are restaurants. Period.
And the idea is there used to be several places in Miami Beach. I think some of them have been mentioned previously in this hearing, where you could have a good late night dining that wasn't Taco Bell. Or just kind of, this is that. We want to offer that. And I used to live on the beach. Unfortunately, I don't anymore. But a lot of the places I used to go to after a late night, they're not there anymore.
Well, I think you're right.
That's what we're trying to get here.
Diners in particular are kind of late night, good for late nights, right?
Right.
Did we figure out if there's some condition that prohibits special events, Michael?
There is not. If the board wanted to include a limit on the number of special events, we've done that before.
Isn't there already a limit on the number of special events that the city will grant?
It's really quite extensive. It's like 20 or 30 plus, and each event can last over multiple days. So absent a condition, they could avail themselves of the same thing. But the board has in the past, limited the number of special events that can occur on the property. Now across the street, on the west side of Alton Road, there is a requirement in the code that those properties cannot have special event permits. So if the board wanted to, they could put a prohibition here in the order, or put a limitation on the number of special events per year.
I think a limitation would be better, rather than.
Yeah, I don't want to prohibit it, but Michael, real quick for my own education, special event permits get approved by who? There's still an application for them, right?
Yes, it's done by our tourism and cultural section of the city.
And usually they're sought out to seek additional occupancy and extended hours, correct?
Correct, yes.
So just to make this easier on you guys, if I just conferred with my client, again, we don't anticipate anything at this time, but I don't want to just in perpetuity limit ourselves. How about a limit to 3 a year? That would cover the grand opening, maybe a holiday.
Sure.
I think that's pretty reasonable, and they're happy to do that. It's not part of their business plan, but I don't want to have to come back to you all for one event. So if we could do 3 per year, that covers us, and I think can give you some peace of mind.
If you're okay with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Along with the other two that Daniel proposed. Does
Yes.
anybody, any other board members have any other suggestions?
I think that
We're good.
I love the building. I want to say
I do too.
I think it's
No,
beautiful. I'm happy to see it being used in this way.
I
Great,
love
Roberto.
the cool. It's very cool looking. I mean,
agree.
for years I've gone by that Firestone place. I say, "Well, God, where are the tires?" You know, and so I just kind of wondered why nobody's used it for. And this is very creative. It respects the historic part of the building. And congratulations, Mickey. I think it's great.
I congratulate my client. They make my job easy sometimes.
And I would like to say I'm particularly reassured by the efforts to contain whatever noise to the interior. I mean, you've made a big effort there, and I appreciate that. So
yeah, I agree with that
Thank
too.
you.
And Norberto, good job. It looks great.
Thank you.
Before
We're
I
very
come back
happy
in,
and very proud to bring back this Firestone building. Was one of the first tire places in Miami Beach. It's from 1929. So it's
wow, that's cool.
It's a very cool project. Yeah.
hey, Nick, before I speak, you want to go ahead and address the concern that Ms. Durham had?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I spoke with the chair offline for a few minutes, and we went through the both the state and county codes of ethics. And because this vote would not inure to Mr. Brantley or to a business associate, to the benefit of Mr. Brantley or to a business associate of Mr. Brantley, there is no conflict under the county code of ethics or the state code of ethics, and Mr. Brantley may participate in this in a vote on this item.
Well, in that case, I agree with Daniel that I think we ought to stick with the law, whatever the law says. You know, Kareem, you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. I just wanted him to read that before I made any other comments on the item. So now that that's squared away, I heard a little bit of the issues, and if those are squared away, I wanted to just get back to the times because I'm a little confused if it goes to 6 a.m. or if it goes to 5 a.m.
So because I think the differences are some of like the diner, for example, will be open late night, but won't have entertainment past a certain hour. So the idea is to have late night dining. For example, Winker's Diner will be open till 6 a.m., but won't have entertainment most of those hours. Entertainment would end, at 11 p.m. So I think that's the confusion. There's different conditions in the order for the entertainment component, which is just a DJ inside playing music, and then obviously there's no entertainment certain nights because it's into the weekday. And the idea with Metamis Dream is
what time will it open in the morning? What time will it open in the morning?
The bakery and the diner will open at 8 a.m. for breakfast.
So it's only going to be closed 2 hours a day.
Some days, yes. But those late hours will just be dining. There won't be entertainment in Winker's Diner. Right. The only thing that will have a little bit later entertainment will be the smaller sushi fried chicken, which they'll have the DJ playing a little bit later. But again, fully enclosed, ambient music with a vestibule, so no one will hear it. But really all for late night dining.
Are we ready to move? Are we ready to, will the chair entertain a motion at this time? Does anybody else on the board have any?
Yeah. For what it's worth, I'm comfortable with the 3 on the special events, a limitation of 3, unless somebody else feels like it needs to be tighter than that. Mickey, I think you agreed to that, right?
Yeah, I offered that. We think that certainly covers us. It's probably going to be less, but I think that's fair. 3 is no problem.
I think David, we can take it. I didn't hear the 2 other items that Daniel may have brought up, but if those are included, are there two other items, Daniel?
Yeah, Kareem, just to clarify, we agreed to not include a dance floor, like to redesign the space, take out the chairs and make it a dance floor. We also agreed that the only form of entertainment would be the DJ. We don't need live performances or bands. It's just a DJ. So that's what Daniel wanted us to agree to, and we did.
Perfect. So David, with that, if you want to move it.
Was there also, but no BTR? Well, we got that. No BTR for dance hall.
Right.
I'll move it. I'll move it with all the conditions attached there too.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, Mike.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Weider,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi, Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Great.
Thank
Thank you all very much. I look forward to seeing you all there. Hopefully, after this health crisis, I can see you guys over there.
Take care, Mickey.
Awesome.
Stay
Thanks,
safe.
Mickey.
For the
Good
rest of
luck.
you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have 2 items. Well, we have 4 items remaining, but they're going to be taken in pairs. So I think, Rogelio, I don't know if you want to just kind of go through both the comp plan amendment as well as the LDR. And then
Absolutely.
we can take them together. So the first one, well, I'll let you introduce them. Go ahead. You can introduce both.
Okay.
So first set.
We're right on schedule, 120, and it's 120. So this is the 2 companion items are PB 20-342, -0342, that's the comprehensive plan amendment, and PB 19-0336, that's the land development regulations amendment. The first ordinance, the comp plan amendment, establishes an objective in the comprehensive plan future land use element for neighborhood identity. It then defines the Sunset Harbor neighborhood and establishes guiding principles for the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. And the amendment is intended to support the land development regulations, which are very specific, much more precise. And the objective is also designed so that other neighborhoods can be added in the future, so that if we have amendments specific to neighborhoods, that we can add those into this objective in order to better guide the decisions that we make regarding specific neighborhoods. The second ordinance is an amendment to the land development regulations. It creates a new overlay called the Sunset Harbor Mixed Use Neighborhood Overlay District. The overlay divides Sunset Harbor into 2 areas, which are, the first is Alton, the perimeter commercial corridor, which includes the properties along Alton Road between Dade Boulevard and 20th Street, and then the properties that follow Dade Boulevard between Bay Road and Alton Road. And then the other area is the neighborhood center, which is the remainder of the neighborhood, everything in the interior of Sunset Harbor. What the overlay essentially does is it prohibits formula commercial establishments and formula restaurants within the neighborhood center portion, which is where you have the more unique types of establishments. And then on the perimeter, the formula establishments are currently allowed. So the formula establishments, for those of you who may not remember, those are essentially chain stores and restaurants. They repeat their formula. There's a list of 7 formula characteristics, and they repeat those characteristics over and over again. So this would prohibit those types of establishments in the center of the district. This is similar to an ordinance that the Planning Board considered in 2017, which prohibited formula restaurants and formula retail on Ocean Drive as part of the Art Deco MIMO commercial character overlay. There is a proposal from the sponsor that we received late last week to modify the ordinance. They had the sponsor, Commissioner Ariola, and his staff had a meeting with property owners, and they wanted to provide some additional flexibility in order to gain the support of the business owners. So they modified some of the definitions. However, these modifications don't affect Ocean Drive. It's specific to the Sunset Harbor area. The first modification is to the definition of formula commercial establishments within the overlay. And so it provides that formula businesses are those that have 100 or more locations and have 4 or more of the formula features identified in the definition. Currently, there's a limit of 10 establishments and 2 or more formula features. And it also excludes grocery stores and fitness and health facilities that are smaller than 5,000 square feet. The second modification requested is to modify the definition for formula restaurants within the overlay. So that definition now applies to restaurants with 200 or more locations, and also modifies the requirement to 4 or more formula features. Currently, there's a limit of 75 restaurants or 75 establishments and 2 or more features. So those are the 2 modifications being proposed. The ordinance also establishes a procedure for the review of these establishments. It requires an affidavit for any applicant proposing to open one of these establishments so that we understand what they're doing. And that's how we're going to guide it, because it's hard to tell by looking at a set of floor plans if an establishment is formula or if it's just a standalone.
Rogelio, are the seven characteristics shown somewhere?
Yes, they're in the ordinance. I can read
give me a
to.
page number if you would.
It's on page 2 of the ordinance. I'm not sorry.
Page 87 in our packet. Page 87.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. So they are for commercial establishments. It's a standard array of merchandise, trademarks, service marks, decor, color scheme, facade, and uniform apparel.
Actually, I think I might be incorrect. Let me see. I saw it though. Here, hang on one second. Let's just get the page. So.
Yeah, I don't think it's on 87. I think that's right.
Yeah, it's not there.
It's
on page 98. On page 98.
Yeah, it's under chapter 114, section 114.1, page 2 of the ordinance, but I'm not sure in the packet what the number is.
It's page 98.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And then for a restaurant, it's standard array of formula or food, trademarks, service marks, decor, color scheme, facade, and uniform food, beverage, or apparel or uniforms. So if they have the way this would work is if they have 4 or more of those things and they have more than 200 establishments, they would be considered a formula restaurant.
And that's any 4 out of the 7?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's not specific to a corporation. So if a corporation that has formula restaurants wanted to open in Sunset Harbor, they could modify certain things to create a more unique environment and be able to open up in Sunset Harbor. They just wouldn't be able to copy and paste their standard type of restaurants that they open up anywhere in the country off the side of the interstate. They'd have to be a little more unique. So with that, I'd like to say the city attorney's office did hire a land use consultant to review the ordinance and study the appropriateness of the regulations for Sunset Harbor. That's Anna Helibert Sanchez, and she's also available if there are any questions. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the 2 ordinances with the modifications that I described to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Rogelio. I just want to add just one note. I think you gave a really thorough presentation, but just to close the presentation, the proposed regulations are intended to encourage unique businesses to open in the district. The ordinance is not intended to prohibit local, statewide, national, or even chains that operate across the world from operating within the overlay district, but rather it's intended to ensure that these kinds of businesses provide a unique aesthetic, a unique retail, dining, or personal service experience. And like Rogelio said, if an establishment that has multiple locations and standardized features wants to open a location in Sunset Harbor, they can do so. They'd just be required to provide a unique or different menu of items or array of merchandise, facade, decor, all of those 7 characteristics that are identified in the definition of the ordinance.
I have some questions for staff if it's time for that.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do that. And then we'll take some comments from the public.
So I guess the first thing is grandfathering, and we have two large grocers here. Are grocers considered this for all businesses of any type?
So groceries that that are less than 5,000 square feet are exempted from this ordinance pursuant to the proposed modification provided by the sponsor. However, the existing grocery stores that are there would remain as legal non-conforming uses. As long as they remain open, they're allowed to continue. But if they were to close down and remain closed for more than, I believe, 6 months, they would not allowed to reopen.
And then what about a bank? Would a bank fall under the same requirements because they're very standard and branded all the same?
Banks are offices, and the definition excludes offices.
Thank you for those clarifications.
You're welcome.
All right, with that, we have Mr. Livin, who's waiting to speak from the public. Let's open it up. Go ahead, Mr. Livin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that the leadership of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce participated in several conversations with Commissioner Arriola, the sponsor of the amendment, as well as the ordinance, and the majority of the property owners, the ground floor retail space. And we urged the planning board to adopt the modified version of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livin. Mr. Amster? Good afternoon, Mr. Amster. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Matthew Amster, the law firm of Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I'm here today representing the owner of 1824 Alton Road. They're on the southeast corner of the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. We've been following this along as it's gone through the amendment process, and have even made the case for the differentiation that you see in your present ordinance, where there are perimeter corridors separate from the very significant core area of the neighborhood. And we are in support of the present version because those perimeters have a very different feel and character, because they're on Alton Road and Dade Boulevard as major, commercial and transportation corridors. And so we support this and urge you to also approve the draft moving forward with that differentiation of the perimeter corridor from the central area, the neighborhood center. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt, for your comments. Mr. Purcell? Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Purcell, go ahead.
There you go. Thank you. My name is Brian Purcell. I work for Asana Partners. We're one of the largest owners of commercial property on the interior of Sunset Harbor, and in conjunction with Zalman Felig, who's one of the other largest owners of commercial property on the in the heart of the neighborhood, as well as Green Street Partners and a number of the other smaller commercial property owners. We have worked very collaboratively with Commissioner Arriola and his staff, notably Eric, on making some of these proposed or amended changes to this ordinance so that we can protect the character and authenticity of the neighborhood, while at the same time avoiding any unintended consequences that would prevent attractive businesses from locating in this neighborhood. So I am confirming in excess of 90% of the property ownership in the interior of the neighborhood is in support of this modified ordinance, and grateful for the approach that the commissioner and the staff has taken in coming up with these edits to the original ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Now we'll go to Sarah De La Reyes.
Can you hear me now?
We have you, Sarah. Go ahead.
Yes, Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor neighborhood president. Personally, I like the draft so far, but we like to see everything in writing. I can, get votes eventually once it's all out. But, protecting the neighborhood and making it unique is something that we like in the neighborhood. So I think that would be very, very, very good. But I want a clarification. Somebody says that exclude offices. Is that what I heard, or maybe I heard it wrong? Is that correct?
What's the question? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Someone there said exclude offices. Unique business, but exclude offices. I think the lawyer said it. I think.
Nick, you want to clarify? I think she's talking about when the bank question came up and the exclusion of offices.
Yeah, that's correct in the definition for formula commercial establishment is a commercial use excluding offices. So typically you don't have chain offices for the most part. It's more of the chain retail that this is regulating.
Okay, because they were, the building that was being built next to the loft, they were looking at putting offices there. That's why I'm a little bit confused. But
yeah, this legislation is not intended to restrict office uses.
Okay, all right, good. All right, I just wanted that clarification. Okay, so it's not excluding office. Okay, all right. Fine. No, that's all I wanted. I wanted to personally say that it's a very good one. So far, I'd like to see the final draft.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. Ms. Pam Nelson.
Oh, hi, everybody. My name is Pam Nelson. I live on Bell Island. I'm at 16 Island. And I, along with a lot of my neighbors on Bell Island, have been following this ordinance. We're really excited about it. And you can imagine we're, really attached to Sunset Harbor. It's really special to us. None of us wants to see another Lincoln Road. I have to say I'm hugely disappointed, though, to see that the definition of a formula store was changed from one with more than 10 locations to one. Now you can have a restaurant with more than 200. So to my mind, that kind of undermines the whole idea of what we've been talking about for months. And I don't know, I think any reasonable person would say that a store with 195 locations is a chain. I'm sure that many of you, you're on planning board, so you know how this works. And I looked at all of the different versions of this that have happened all over the country, and they all show that the definition of a chain store or a formula store is one with 10 or more locations. So I think for us to come out with one that is 200 or more is just really problematic. So of course, we're just begging here. I mean, we'll take what we can get, and I guess this keeps out all of the big fast food chains, but I highly, highly encourage you guys to think about lowering that number to something that really fulfills the spirit of what we have been hoping for all of these months. So thanks for listening, and that's it for me. Thanks again.
So in light of Ms. Nelson's critique, I would ask the planning board staff whether the uniqueness of the operation qualification minimizes the fact that 200 and something restaurants is a chain. And so what specifically are the characteristics of a, quote, unique establishment that differs from the other 200 members of the chain? I know, for example, in my neighborhood, they did a Walgreens, and Walgreens is a chain. They have 6,000 stores, and so, but the architectural demands of Miami Beach made the Walgreens extremely attractive. But in terms of food operations or restaurants, how unique would a division of a restaurant that operates at such a high number of units be made different or unique in terms of that necessity of that qualification? So that is I think an interesting subject, and I thank Ms. Nelson for bringing it up.
Should we respond, or do you want to continue with?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking what are the specifics of something being? Is it an objective or is it a subjective standard? I mean, what makes a restaurant unique enough if they have 200 other units to occupy a position of uniqueness?
So we have a list of those seven characteristics that qualify an establishment as a formula. And so the way this works is they would be able to keep 3 of those 7 characteristics. The remaining 4 they would have to change. They can pick and choose which ones they want to keep. That wouldn't be up to us. That would be up to the establishment themselves. But those characteristics are standardized array of formula, their trademarks, their service marks, the decor, the color scheme, the facade, and the uniforms. So those are the 7 characteristics. They would have to change 4 of those. They could keep 3 in order to make the establishment unique enough to comply with the definition for Sunset Harbor.
So we're talking about eating establishments, like where you say if they change their uniforms or their display inside. What are the other ones again?
It's for restaurants. It is standard array of merchandise or food, so their menu, the trademarks, their service marks, the decor. Typically, they have the same decor in every single restaurant. Their color schemes, their facade, and their uniforms, food, beverage, or apparel.
When you say the facade, you mean they can keep their branded facade that they use at other locations?
That's one of the criteria here. They would also be subject to the design review criteria. So if they came to the department with their standard floor plan and design that they would have off of the interstate, the design review criteria would catch that as well.
I don't know. I see a conflict in the ability of a company to make those changes sufficiently unique to comport with the intention of the ordinance. That troubles me. I don't know whether that can be accomplished with those criteria. I mean, they change the color from red to brown, or they rearrange the storefront, and it's up to them to decide what criteria they're going to change. It isn't really a very stringent requirement. I mean, I can understand the facade and the logo makes a big difference. But then when you get inside, how would, for example, if I know that you couldn't have a McDonald's, but as an example, when you get into McDonald's, everything is the same. And the basis of these of chains, even 200 units, are that they all offer a standard fare to the public. So I'm just not sure that large a number of operations are going to be able to do anything sufficient to meet the criteria that really subjectively make it unique. So I'd want to hear from the other members of the board on how they feel about that. That's just my impression, but I think it's worthy of discussion before we just go ahead and say, yeah, 200 restaurants, and we're going to have one of them is unique. If they change one of these or 2 of these criteria, and then they have the option of changing whichever criteria they want, I would think that the board would want to set specific criteria to guarantee its uniqueness.
I'd just like to respond briefly to that. The way the ordinance is structured, and again, we have existing formula regulations that apply to businesses on Ocean Drive. But the way the ordinance is structured is it's not just that you change one trade and you're no longer formula and therefore no longer prohibited from opening in a certain portion of the district. It's you would have to change several of the criteria and
right?
The criteria are defined. So if you look at
Nick, you'd have to change 4 or 3. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Well, so you have the version in your agenda, but then you also have the proposed amendments.
The compromise. I see. Okay.
Right. So under the let's call it the compromise draft, the threshold would be 4 or more of the formula features.
Change 4 out of 7 on the compromise.
Right. I'd like to make a quick.
But wouldn't it be true that some of those categories, the 4 or the 7, mean less of a uniqueness than the others? I mean, you'd have to read them over again to me, but let's say there could be 4 changes that aren't significant, or they could just make one change that really is significant. So I don't know how you decide without setting a stringent requirement concerning which changes have to be made to guarantee its uniqueness.
Well, I don't know if we want to continue to take public comment or go ahead and have our discussion. Mr. Chair,
Well, one second.
I have a few thoughts at some point, so.
Right,
And I'd like to
go ahead.
respond to some of what David said, maybe.
Absolutely. Rogelio, just you wanted a point of clarification before we do that?
Yes, I had a clarification based on the question that Mr. Vaitia asked me. I misread the proposed amendment. The proposed compromise ordinance does completely exclude grocery stores from the definition of formula commercial establishment. So it doesn't have that 5,000 square foot limit. So regardless of the size, it would not apply to grocery stores. The 5,000 square foot limit only applies to fitness and health facilities. So a fitness studio smaller than 5,000 square feet would be exempt from the definition. A fitness studio larger than 5,000 square feet the definition would apply to those establishments. So grocery stores are completely exempt.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for getting us back on track. Let me take Mr. Backman from the public so that he can speak on the item.
Hi, how are you? Bruce Backman, 1800 Sunset Harbor. I'm on the Neighborhood Association, but I'm speaking individually. So the text of the amended version is not online. Am I correct in that? Because I was looking at it and I can't see that.
I believe it is one of the attachments. Let me double check.
I got the old version right now. I'm on the just downloaded it.
And Rogelio, if it's not online, you can just restate the differences because they're not.
No, you're correct. They're not online.
They're not
So
major.
We had no opportunity to review. So I personally have no particular problem with it. I think that was probably done because there was a salad-type restaurant that wanted to open a location, and they were already in negotiations, perhaps. And our main concern, along with Mr. Reeder, I would guess, is the appearance of a uniform and blank facade, like a Costco type thing, or a restaurant. That would be the most offensive, much more offensive than let's say, a uniform logo inside. Personally speaking, that's the way I feel. And of course, I think protecting the existing grocery stores so they don't have to suffer through a grandfathered use status, that doesn't bother me either. But it would have been helpful to have been notified of these amendments beforehand. So I'm surprised that the text is not available online. But I have no problem with it.
Okay, let me see if we have anybody else. Zalman Felix.
Hi, I'm Zalman Felig. Been in Sunset Harbor for over 35 years. And I've seen this beautiful neighborhood, what it is today. I think we have a beautiful vibe here and a very nice mix of retail. And as you know, we're going through a very, very challenging time. In general, the retail, in my personal humble opinion, will never be the same with everything that's going on. But I think we have a very good mix. I think we all have the same intentions. We want to continue the good mix that's there. But when you have the number 10, it unfortunately excludes, I have to give credit to Mr. Purcell, who did the study. I think it should be online, if I'm correct, where it shows the 200 mark, what it includes, and the over 200, what it excludes. And I think it's a very nice, happy mix of good users that I think Sunset Harbor would be very glad to have in our area. For instance, Sweet Greens is something that's a beautiful use and I think should continue to be here. So I think the numbers, we worked very hard. All the retailers that are in the neighborhood got together and we worked with the commissioner and we came up with a number I think that works and will accomplish what We know obviously people don't want to see what happened to Lincoln Road, etc. I think this is something that will work for everybody, that was sensitive to the people that live in the neighborhood, and including all the retailers and residents, etc. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, having some technical issues here. All right, let's see if we have any more from the public. 1 second. All right, seeing no others from the public wanting to speak on this item, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item and then turn it over to the planning board to continue to discuss the item. All right, board, do we have any other comments on it?
Yeah, so I'll go if that's okay with everybody. So I appreciate Ms. Nelson's comments. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Ariola for bringing this forward. I do think it is a very neighborhood-friendly proposal. Adding to the other neighborhood protections that have been implemented in Sunset Harbor recently. I think Sunset Harbor is really getting better every day. So, and thinking about Ms. Nelson's comments, on the face of it, it sounds really, attractive. Wow, wouldn't that be great to have it at 10? But I don't know. I like the compromise. I do think it's going to exclude a whole bunch of, operators that, would make Sunset Harbor more like the suburbs. And I come from the suburbs, so I certainly don't want it to be like that. But I like the compromise at 200. I think it's and the 4 out of 7. I think it's a nice balance between neighborhood friendly and business friendly. And I think we need to strike that balance. And I support the ordinance, and I support the compromise.
Well, I was just trying to emphasize that determining whether something is, quote, unique or not. Unique means only one. And so I'm not sure that the ordinance is properly worded, but I mean, I understand the intent of the Commissioner Ariola's proposal. And I also understand that the neighborhood seems to be in favor of this. I don't know why people say that Lincoln Road has gone down the drain, but I don't completely agree with that. I mean, you're talking about the forces of development as opposed to making Miami Beach what it was 40 years ago. That's just not going to happen. If the people in Sunset Harbor are happy with this and everybody thinks that it's going to be a positive in the neighborhood, I don't see why anyone would oppose it. I just wondered whether it would discourage the use of the people, the uniqueness of a particular brick and mortar business, especially restaurants. But when you think about it, in the times we're in now, I don't know about brick and mortar businesses at all, and restaurants are in trouble right now. So hopefully we'll get through all this, and there will be restaurants again, because I know all of us are tired of eating at home. So I would be prepared to support this.
Any other comments? Well, I'll say that I'm a resident of this this particular neighborhood, so it probably impacts me quite a bit in terms of my site is where I live on Belle Isle. So I think that the intent, I think Mike nailed it on the head, so to speak. That the intention is not to. And Mr. Livin also commented on the way I see the ordinance. The intention is not to say, hey, we're not going to have big box or formula retail in our neighborhoods. We're just saying that on this interior corridor, we're really trying to strike the balance where you have some unique opportunities for the residents that really live there and walk and use it and we're doing the exclusion on Alton Road. So with that, Mike, again, I think what you said strikes the balance between supporting business, but still making it the type of business that we want to have for residents to use and enjoy daily. And given the way Sunset Harbor is arranged, I think that this is actually a very good idea. So my hat's off to the commissioner for pursuing it, and I will support it going forward.
I think I'll add that the 50,000 square foot rule that created the planning board review for any project over 50,000 square feet started with a Home Depot trying to come into this neighborhood. I think this neighborhood has gone through some major transformation in the last 5 years. It's amazing how much it's transformed. I also think naturally it created a bunch of small businesses. Without this ordinance, we still have very few large national retailers in this neighborhood. So we're only codifying what has already naturally developed. And I think by codifying this, it may actually stabilize the rental rates to be more reflected that you're not going to have national retailers coming in, and landlords will have to work with smaller businesses, which I think just keeps everything honest and straightforward and forthcoming. So I think it's a good ordinance, and it certainly codifies what has already been taking place in this area.
I think it's very well articulated, Daniel.
Yeah, I like those comments a great deal as well. I think it will maybe force or create a little more thoughtfulness about it, rather than who has the largest ability to pay the largest amount of rent necessarily. I think it will force a little bit more, thoughtfulness. Thoughtfulness is the word I'm trying to go for.
Call the question.
We need two separate votes, one for the comprehensive plan amendment and one for the LDR amendment, with the comp plan coming first.
I'm happy to move it with the. I mean, is this the one where we would adopt a compromise as well? Is this the piece that includes a compromise?
The compromise would be for the second ordinance, not for the first.
Okay. So, I'm happy to move this one as written.
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
Aye.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
And Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Now you want to go ahead and move, Mike, the LDR?
I'm happy to move that with the 4 out of 7 and the 200 upper limit.
I'll second it.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Asa?
Yes.
And thank you, and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. So I think we're on our last set of items for the day. Rogelio, we'll do this the same as we did with the Sunset Harbor. You want to take it away?
Yes. So these are two companion ordinances. The first is PB 20-0381, which is a comprehensive plan amendment. The second is PB 20-0382, which is an amendment to the land development regulations. These items came about as a result of a request from the Historic Preservation Board to designate the International Inn as a historic site. The International Inn is an example of post-war modern architecture and is the gateway into the city from the 71st Street Causeway, and it was built in 1956. In order to support the designation, for the property owner to support the designation, they worked with the city to provide additional development flexibility and tools to make the restoration of the site economically viable. So to this end, the City Commission approved a development agreement on first reading on June 24th. And as part of that, the applicant will support the designation and subsequently these two ordinances that are before you were referred for consideration. So the first item is a comprehensive plan amendment. The amendment modifies the low-density multifamily residential RM1 future land use category, and that is to allow for hotels, apartment hotels, and suite hotels on properties located north of Normandy Drive that have a lot area greater than 30,000 square feet and are a designated historic site. And this is to provide consistency with the LDR amendment, which I'll go into detail now. So the second item is the LDR amendment. So this ordinance also modifies the RM1 district to allow for hotels, apartment hotels, and suite hotels, again, on properties located north of Normandy Drive with a lot area greater than 30,000 square feet and which are designated historic sites. And so it also modifies the development regulations for these sites. So first, it increases the height limit from 55 feet to 80 feet, provides a parking requirement of 0.5 spaces per unit for the new construction, increases the distance requirement for required parking if you're going to provide it off-site, and that increases it from 1,200 feet to 2,500 feet if you're within the city limit. And if you're outside of the city limit, you have up to a mile. So this would allow for some of the parking to be located within the village, within North Bay Village. It would allow for the removal of up to 50% of existing parking spaces, which are for the historic structure, without paying a fee in lieu of parking. It would allow restaurants serving alcoholic beverages as an accessory use to the hotel. Accessory neighborhood impact establishments, ambient outdoor entertainment performances, and outdoor bar counters would also be allowed as a conditional use. There would be a limit for the outdoor entertainment, for the ambient outdoor entertainment from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., unless the planning board modified that as part of a conditional use process. Bars are only permitted as an accessory use to the restaurant. And it also creates an exemption from distance separation requirements for alcoholic beverage establishments within Chapter 6. That's not part of the land development regulations, but it is within the ordinance. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposed comprehensive plan amendment and LDR amendment to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
All right.
I just have a couple of questions for staff.
Go for it.
Rogelio, just to confirm, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but on page 123 of my package, the LDR amendment under section 142.153 conditional uses, item 2, it's saying ambient performances shall not take place between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. Do we want to say that ambient performances can take place, or they're not allowed to take place?
Yeah, I have the same thing, Daniel. I was confused by that.
Let me see.
The ordinance would control. Daniel, Kareem, in the ordinance, it says ambient performances shall not take place between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. unless modified by the planning board through the conditional use process. So if the planning board wants to allow the ambient performances to go on past 10 p.m., you would have the latitude to do that. I think in the memo, that was an addition that was made fairly recently to the ordinance, and it probably didn't catch up to the memo.
And I'm okay understanding that you don't want it between 10 p.m. through 10 a.m. I got that. The way I read it is that you don't want it from 10 a.m. in the morning up until 10 p.m.
Correct.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I think the ordinance is, I think that there's a type, the ordinance should say shall only take place between the hours of 10 a.m. and 10 p.m.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Perfect. And then the next question I had was, for the restaurant, am I clear in understanding that you only want this as accessorial use, that this can't be used by someone outside from the public, not a guest of the hotel?
No, it could be used by somebody from the outside, but it would be licensed as an accessory use to the hotel. So in other words, we don't want it to become a standalone restaurant where the hotel can shut down and they just operate as a restaurant. The hotel will always have to be operating. However, members of the public could come and frequent the restaurant.
And then my next question would be, are there any other 30,000 square foot lots north of Normandy Drive on Bay Drive?
Not that we've seen, but That doesn't mean to say that somebody couldn't aggregate a 30,000 square foot lot with an historic building on it, but we haven't seen one yet.
And you're not concerned if there would be. I'm not. I certainly welcome the hotel use, but just so you know, there are condos that are there that have two condos that have close to 30,000 square feet. I didn't look at it in totality, but someone can buy out those condos, make it historic and turn it into a hotel. Again, I would not be against it. It's still the RM1 zoning regulations would prevail outside of the fact that you can allow a hotel use, which in my opinion is a good thing.
So my understanding is that the net effect of this ordinance would be to have historic preservation of the International Inn, and there would be a restaurant attached to the International Inn, but that the other buildings in this district, it's not a local historic district, is it?
It is not a local historic district, nor is it a National Registry district.
Correct.
They would be seeking an individual designation of the site.
Right. So that means that the only change would be to the International Inn. It would not affect the other buildings unless somebody came with a project to improve them. Well, actually not, because they're not part of the local historic district.
They would have to willingly designate their private property as a historic property for this to apply.
Yeah. So this is a tough call because the International Inn is a really precious remnant of the era, and it's unique architecturally. I live on Normandy Isle, as do you, Daniel, and I go by that place all the time. And it seems to me that district has a lot of buildings that should have been designated when they designated the other side of Normandy Isle where the King Cole is along Bay Drive, that local historic district, because that local historic district has been beautifully redone in many of the smaller MIMO apartment buildings. The windows have been changed, but they all comport with the historic qualities of the building. So I'm afraid that if, when you think about it, thinking out loud, this whole area could be subject to demolition if someone came and wanted to demolish, or it became economically feasible for them to do so. So it's a sort of a Hobson's choice. As much as I'd like to protect the International Inn, I fear that hotels and restaurants there, once they become economically inviolable, the sky's the limit unless the whole area is designated as a historic district, including, the buildings there are of the same age as the ones that have been designated on the other side of Normandy Isle as local historic districts. So,
if I may add to that, I was part of the National Registry designation and the study that was done to determine what should be encompassed in the national registries. And this particular west side of Normandy Isle, believe it or not, did not meet the same level of concentration of MIMO buildings as the other districts, which is a reason why it was left out. There are actually a lot of Art Deco examples on Calais and so on. There's also...
Well, wait a minute. You're confusing, Daniel. You're confusing National Historic District with Local Historic District. National Register of Historic Districts. I don't know if that area isn't on the National Register. It may be.
Everything started with National Registry in North Beach. That's the process that started, and we decided to go with National Registry instead of Local Historic District. So I can only share with you the process we went through when we were looking at both initially. And this area also had a very large quantity of one-story structures, which is a very concerning to me to designate a one-story structure given what we know about sea level rise. I can tell you that the International Inn is a very unique site. It's the first time I've seen the HPB take action against a particular property without the willingness of the landowner to designate a property through the HPB, not by an individual landowner coming forward. I think that it started great.
It started on Star Island. There was a battle over one of the houses on Star Island.
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Where the board designated the house and it was demolished anyway.
Right. Well, you are correct there. And I think it started a great conversation with the property owner and the city that resulted in this ordinance. And the outcome was that the International Inn, by being designated, this ordinance allows it to keep its use. If the HB board would have designated it, they wouldn't have been able to keep the use because this was a non-conforming use. And planning staff can confirm if that's correct or not. So this has always been operated as a hotel. It's a non-conforming use. And now they have the ability with this ordinance to invest into the property and preserve the use. So I think it's a good win-win. And I can say as a result of all the conversations between the city and this applicant that I've actually seen improvements being conducted at the International Inn. I've actually can now witness some positive impacts at this location. And I'm hopeful that that will continue and that it will be, a contributing business to our community.
What positive things have you seen? Because I go by there fairly often, and the place looks the same to me as it did before. So
I don't want to characterize as my personal opinion, but clearly I don't see a negative element hanging around the hotel. It kind of looks a little normal to me. I don't want to elaborate further, but it's pretty well known. Many years ago, what we were seeing at this hotel, that was an opinion but concerning and probably can be correlated to some crime reports or police statistics. I see massive improvements as far as repairs and maintenance to the property. I've seen it painted, landscaping, the porte-cochere being improved. I just can feel a nice cleanliness about the property and its basic maintenance overall. And I think that that's, been something positive I've seen. So I think this is a great way to this ordinance to allow the property owner to support the designation and also preserve the historic use that makes it worth investing the needed capital should you want to really restore the property.
So I would be in favor of the ordinance if it included a recommendation to the city commission that entire block, which are, even though they are one-story buildings, or that entire small pocket of Art MIMO buildings be designated as a local historic district. Because I fear that if this goes ahead just simply as it is, the rest of the buildings will be subject to future demolition or lot aggregation or destruction of this particular part of Normandy Island, which has a very distinct flavor. So that's my concern. And so as much as I'd like to see the International Inn designated and protected, I'm not sure that the overall effect to the entire neighborhood might not overweigh that.
David, there's already a limitation on lot aggregation in the RM1 district. Properties could not aggregate more than 2 lots. And so that's going to, in large part, control what type of new development that you may or may not see. Also, with regard to the use, if somebody was to buy 2 lots and aggregate them, they could only do apartment. Under the code and under this proposed set of amendments here, they would not be permitted to do hotel. You could only do a hotel if you had at least a 30,000 square foot lot, and you may not be able to aggregate enough properties to do that under the code with the lot aggregation limits. And then you'd have to be designated as an historic site, which is a much higher bar to reach than as being part of a local historic district.
With that, on page 128, let's go and take some folks from the public. We have two people waiting to speak. But before we do that, let me just, if you guys can look at the last sentence on page 128, where it references, provided that at least 50% of the existing parking spaces are provided off-site. I don't know, I'm reading that it should say on-site, but we can come back to it. But let me just take Mr. Cohen for now while we look at that.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to voice my support for this zoning change. I think that this is a great example of how, when the city wants to historically preserve a property, how you work with a property owner in finding ways to make it economically viable and incentivize that property owner to be able to bring that to fruition. And I would suggest that the same attitude be taken when we have those discussions regarding Tatum Waterway and other areas in our city, to say, wait a second, how does it make sense also for the property owner? And the second comment that I'd like to make is that we've spent months and months and months debating the issue of lot aggregation and the definition of lot. And in the historic district and the conservation district, it was decided to regulate the aggregation through plat. And I want to ask staff if this was deliberately here, or were there any differences regarding how these properties were platted, that it was so important to have it platted in the historic districts, and here it's lot again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Let's go ahead and take, and staff, you can respond after. We have one more. Alexander. No, I'm sorry. Alex is. Go ahead, Alex.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Good afternoon.
I apologize for coming in at the last minute. I received a text from Nick Kalurgis that you were considering this item. We thought that this would be in front of Planning Board next month, because the development agreement second reading has not yet occurred. It's not happening until this Wednesday. So we expected that the development agreement to hopefully be approved this Wednesday, and then the hearings could start, including Planning Board. Nonetheless, I am here now if you have any questions relating to the development agreement or the project. If there are a number of questions, or if anyone has any issues with it, I would respectfully request that the matter be continued to next month. Then we can make a proper presentation, and our architect, Alan Schulman, can also do a 2 or 3 minute presentation. And I think you would have a much better, clearer picture of the overall project at that point.
I have no problem with that.
I mean, I'm familiar with the item. I don't know if fellow board members want to defer it and ask them to come back next week. I don't know how everyone else feels about it. I benefit from having a little bit more knowledge since me and David.
Yeah, I wonder if it offers an opportunity for staff to give us a bit more data on this this idea of how this idea of how this might duplicate, how it might, I'm not sure how to use your words, David, but might create a situation where this is happening more than we might like. In other words, I think we may be in favor of this proposal, but we don't want to make a decision that's more expansive than that. So,
Mike, I agree. I can't duplicate my words either.
Well, I mean, I think Tom gave some examples that were pretty reassuring, but I'm not sure for you and Daniel if they were.
No, I'm not reassured, because I think that area should be designated as a local historic district. I've maintained my idea about that all along. I don't want to see those buildings disappear into new construction or whatever. It'll
So
be
tear
demolished.
down.
I agree, but that's not what's in front of us today. I mean, what's in front of us today is a development agreement. It's trying to ratify the support for designating the International Inn. I know it's an ordinance that staff is creating, so it's not spot zoning, but nonetheless, I think this is a very positive thing that everyone is coming together to support the designation and allow this hotel use to continue, which has been preserved as a non-conforming use. And we're trying to modify the LDRs to allow that to happen. I certainly do not want to have a conversation about designation of an entire neighborhood based on this one LDR that's coming through. And again, I don't see any individual lots that are non-condos that can be converted into a hotel use based on my analysis of this particular ordinance and the area it includes.
Yeah, well, I think my point was kind of maybe based on what David just said, just the opposite. And I want to make a decision about the International Inn, and I don't want to do anything that has unintended consequences that we aren't considering. That's all.
Just but let me just jump in. I'm sorry, Tom. The issue that I foresee is, and Alex, we appreciated your comments, but I just don't know where we would benefit by delaying it to next month. Everybody, I'm really the issue about the historic neighborhood is a separate issue and apart from what's before us, as Daniel said. And it's fine for them to come back and share a plan. They can come and share a transportation plan, a valet plan, and all of that. But we're not really here to specifically drill down into those aspects of the project at this time. But go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry. I just want to try to move it today because I don't see the benefit, in my personal opinion, of delaying it. But go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to make one quick clarification that it's specific to designated historic sites. So even if a district were created, this would not apply. These incentives would not apply to that district. It's specific to individually designated sites. So if there happened to be a site that was 30,000 square feet or greater, they would have to request a designation, or the Historic Preservation Board would have to request a designation. As part of that process, the designation does come before the Planning Board, and then it goes back to the City Commission. So that process wouldn't happen overnight, and there would be some scrutiny over whether or not these incentives would be good for that site.
You know, I'm not sure I understand that. I mean, this is not a local historic district, so anybody could come in and ask for a demolition permit based upon a new design for a building that they would put up in that area. So what my fear is that this ordinance might expedite that process. That's my concern.
But how would it if no other property can get the hotel use because they can't aggregate the 30,000 square foot lot?
How do you know they can't?
Well, because I looked at the analysis as part of looking at this ordinance, and I don't see any individual folio lots that can be aggregated beyond 2 because of the restriction on RM1 aggregating 2 lots that would give you 30,000 square feet.
So you can't. So what you're saying, Daniel, is that if you aggregated 2 lots, you still wouldn't get 30,000 square feet?
Absolutely, 100% equivocally, yes. And staff should be able to confirm that. But that's kind of like why they worded it this way, so it wouldn't be spot zoning, but at the same time be restricted that it wouldn't be able to include any other lots, knowing that you can't aggregate more than 2 lots in the R1.
So there's not even one situation that would apply.
I mean, in full disclosure, there is one location, which is a condo. It's condominionized, which encompasses 3 buildings.
Okay.
I couldn't see the square footage of that site. I mean, if staff wants to look at it, it's 2,200.
We have to buy out all of those apartment owners.
And I just don't see that happening. And anyways, this is legislative. You know, if we see something going down the road that we don't like, we can definitely take action. I just don't want to create any more local historic districts without there being like a really, really good, valid reason. And I mean, Tom was around when we were doing National Registry districts. I don't know if he recalls from the top of his head why this area was removed from it, but I certainly remember the reasons why, as I stated them earlier. But Again, staff's done this analysis. They can confirm if there are any other lots that would qualify.
Is Tom? I don't see Tom.
Yeah.
Is Tom still here?
Yeah,
Tom.
David, I'm still here. I don't, well, one, I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that this legislation, which really is specific to the International Inn, is going to create an impetus for replacing these older buildings. If people were going to replace the older buildings, they're going to do it. They've done it south of Normandy Drive. There have been a number of those smaller post-war buildings over the last 15, 20 years that have been replaced, particularly on the water. That waterfront, those waterfront views are very, very popular. And we've seen the replacement of some of these older buildings. If somebody's going to do it, they're going to do it.
Are you
I think with the lot aggregation limits that we have in the RM1 section of the code, that's probably going to dissuade somebody from trying to aggregate 30,000 square feet and then create a designated historic site. The other thing that's important to point out is that we deliberately use designated historic site because an historic site is a much higher standard to achieve than an historic district. An historic district, in most of our historic districts, they consist of a cohesion of buildings, but you don't have each building being absolutely exemplary. I think the International Inn is one of those very few buildings citywide that would rise to the level of a designated historic site.
I see.
I think also, if the board is concerned about this potentially being able to be utilized on other sites, is maybe you would want us to, maybe you could recommend that we study the qualifier. So for instance, in 142-152, the way that it's currently drafted, it says that properties north of Normandy Drive, designated historic site as an historic site, shall be entitled to have hotels, apartment hotels, and suite hotels. And one of the things that we could look at is whether or not that could be changed to shall be permitted to retain and expand existing hotels. So that way, if you're an existing hotel like the International Inn, you could continue to operate and you could expand and you would be conforming. Whereas if you were an apartment building, you wouldn't be able to do that.
I think for me, I want to vote on the International Inn and it not have any ripples in the water. David, I'm satisfied with Daniel's last comments about the limitations, and I'm prepared to support it.
Yeah, I see the logic in Daniel's. Daniel's always very logical, so I see the logic in his examination and analysis, and I, for one, have always wanted the International Inn to be protected. So let me ask you this: what changes will the owners after this? What changes will they be able to effectuate at the International Hotel and still retain its historic site qualities? I mean, by this ordinance.
Any expansion of the building, either as a hotel or as an apartment, would require Historic Preservation Board review and approval.
Mm-hmm.
Any proposal to take advantage of the accessory uses set forth would require a separate application to the planning board for conditional use approval.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Yeah. All right, with that, I think
this is going to protect it from ever being demolished.
Correct.
More importantly, this will incentivize the property owners to invest into the property. If we designated it and didn't allow them to preserve the hotel use, then it would remain what it is today and has been for many decades without any investment. Because any investment into the property would have triggered the loss of the non-conforming use of hotel. Right. So this ordinance allows them to preserve that hotel use, because the only real way this will ever get preserved is someone coming in and investing hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, into preserving the site. And this is really what this ordinance is allowing them to do, is keep that use so that not only is it designated, but the owners are incentivized to make the needed investments to really preserve the building for another 100 years.
Well, would they be able to come in and build a tower over the existing structure? Would that be part of
The
the.
historic, the maximum height is being increased. The maximum allowable height is being increased from 50 feet to 80 feet, but that would be at the discretion and subject to Historic Preservation Board approval in terms of the location of that additional height and where it would be permitted. So that would all be at the discretion of the HPB.
I see this as a positive because as it is now, it's entirely unprotected.
Absolutely.
So I'd be prepared to support it.
Well, if the board doesn't have any other questions, I'd be happy to move the item with the correction to that one section where we were restricting the ambient performances. And I think, Mr. Chair, you also had a question about a question about off-street parking, just making sure that was intended as worded.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to say on-site parking, but
what section of that was that, Kareem?
128, right above the section in our packet, right above section 3, it says provided that at least 50% of the existing parking spaces are provided off-site. I think you should, isn't it the concept that at least 50% remain on-site, or do I have that backwards?
The idea there is that the code currently requires that existing parking for a historic structure be retained, even though the historic building has no parking requirement. This would allow them to remove some of those spaces and locate 50% of them off-site without being charged a fee in lieu of parking, which is $40,000 a space.
Right, but up to 50% off-site, right? They cannot have any more than that, right? Off-site.
At least 50% has to be located off-site for them to remove the spaces on-site.
So it can go above 50% off-site.
Right.
Okay, then it's correct then.
Every day when I walk by there, I always say, "Oh, this building, somebody's going to tear it down. Somebody's going to tear it down. Somebody's going to tear it down." And so this is kind of a relief to me. And as long as there is no consequences that occur to the neighborhood that we don't want in terms of the other buildings, I'm pretty good with this.
David, you want to second it? Daniel's already moved it.
Just for clarification, we need the comprehensive plan amendment to be considered first, and then the LDR amendment, and the modifications would be to the LDR amendment.
Right. So we're going to take planning board item 20-0381 first. Daniel, you want to move it?
Yes, I will move planning board PB 20-0381 with a favorable recommendation.
David, you want to move it? I second it. Sorry.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Weider,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, I will move planning board 20-0382 with a favorable recommendation.
And this one is with the modification to the language regarding the outdoor ambient entertainment and the hours. Just
Yes. With the modifications.
Yeah, that it be only instead of not.
Correct.
David?
You want me to move it?
If you see so fit to do so, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move it.
I'll be happy to second it.
Who was the second?
That was me.
Well, I think actually Daniel moved it and David seconded it.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll work.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Milan,
I'm going to vote aye. The last vote, I got to get you.
Getting tired.
Mr. Weider,
Aye.
Mr. Jelpi,
Aye.
Mr. Vatia,
Aye.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I think that concludes our meeting, so we'll stand adjourned. Thank you, Nick.
By the way, I want to comment on
Mr.
Daniel's.
Chairman, before we adjourn.
Wait, can I just
Yes,
say comment on
sure.
Daniel's background? Because I love that background, and it's the Clark Burris stage at the band shell.
Got to be a drone shot, right?
He was my teacher at Beach High, so he was a great man.
Yeah, and speaking about designated sites, so you all know the bandshell is not a historic, locally designated site. And even though we're designated International Inn, I like to push and urge staff to designate the bandshell.
That's awesome. Awesome.
I have a question is Tom Mooney still there?
Yes. Yep, I'm still here, David.
There's been a email that's been circulating around, and I think it's probably going to come up before the board, about the raising of the streets on Normandy Isle. And there's been a lot of negative feedback in my neighborhood about that. And I was wondering if that's coming up before the board.
I'm not aware, David. Generally, street raising is not something that would come before the planning board.
The commission voted in favor of it 5 to 4.
Well, it wouldn't have been 5 to 4. It would have been 5 to 2.
Sorry, 5 to 2.
There's no path to the planning board. I don't think. We just had a vote on our project in south of Fifth, David, and there's no planning board path there.
David, if you send me a separate email offline, I can put you in touch with the appropriate department officials who can give you more details on that.
All right, thank you.
And Tom, if you can share with me too, I'm not familiar with any street raising on Normandy Island would be impacted, so I'd be interested to know anything that's going on.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Chair, just to your point, the item on 41st Street, I followed up with staff. That was withdrawn by the sponsor, so that ordinance is no longer being considered as far as the FAR. So I'm not sure that we'll be having any discussions on that anytime soon. But
withdrawn or deferred?
Withdrawn. The item that the planning board considered in June, which would have rezoned the properties on the north side of 40th Street from CD1 to CD3. There were 3 separate components to that: a comp plan amendment, a rezoning ordinance, and an LDR amendment. That was withdrawn by the item sponsor. No new sponsor picked that up.
That was the one I voted against. That was the one I voted against, and everybody else voted for.
So that is not going to be considered by the commission, and it will not be on the November ballot.
But 4,000 Alton Road was deferred, not withdrawn.
Correct. 4,000 Alton, which is a different project, that's been deferred to the August 25th meeting.
There's been a lot of negativity expressed on that project. So, and my understanding is that Mr. Larkin said something about it having been reconfigured, and I got an email about that. Did everybody else get the same email?
Bunch of emails on that one.
Yeah, that'll be. We'll take that one after lunch. We'll take, or maybe that'll take up the whole morning.
Yeah, that one's a big one. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's going to be a riot. There's going to be a lot of people there. So, anyway, good to see all you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Enjoyed it.
Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Everybody.
Hasta luego.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Adios.